Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Watkins Glen International for day number 2 of the Vintage Racer Group and BMW Club of America Club Racing's event. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, a little foggy day here, but let's do this. Let's go and pick up the action here at Watkins Glen because we've got our first race of the day. It is the BMW Club Racers. Their first group is made up of, as you can see here on the bottom of the screen, B, C, and D mod, IP, M2 Spec, PWR4, GP, and HP. They are on the last steps of their pace lap for their race here today. Pace car now on the pit lane, Brian, on the front row. We've got Brett Strom in his C-mod machine. We've got Brooks Friedman in his B-mod machine. Todd Brown and Marshall Papadopoulos both in C-mod. Matt Stover in C-mod. Corey Deeds in B-mod. That makes up your top 3 rows. And green flag is in the air, and we are racing here at Watkins Glen. We'll tell you in just a little while what we're going to be showing you here today, but let's get this race underway here, Brian, as we've got, I think that was Brooks Friedman in the 014 machine, the F80 chassis BMW M3, jumping to an early lead over Todd Brown.
Tell you what, great start by Friedman over Todd Brown, totally drawing a blank of who was on the pole there, because he's not even in the field right now, because it is Brooks Friedman and Todd Brown. That's your top 2
right
as they went. So who we have?
Yeah, you were thinking about Strom, who did not make the green here today as the field makes their way through the bus stop. Now, Brian, we saw a lot of what they call oil dry up through the S's here. I want to apologize, everybody, a little slight delay for the start of this race. So we had a little bit of track cleanup to do prior to the first race that delayed things by only about 5 minutes here. And the big change today, Brian, is that we are racing on the Nascar circuit, on the short course here at Watkins Glen, as opposed to the long course. So we knock out that whole boot section of the track. We've repositioned some of our cameras to aid there. And after lap 1, Brooks Friedman is your leader, and he leads B-mod. Todd Brown, your C-mod leader, comes across the line in second. Then Rick Black in B-mod, Marshall Papadopoulos in C-mod. And then to make things more difficult for us, Jared Randall in C-mod, then Kirk Olson in B-mod. Your PWR4 leader, David DeJesus, who had some really good runs yesterday in his E46 M3. And then running in 8th, your M2 Spec leader, that is Sean Brown. And I believe Sean won, actually yesterday, that's right, at the line, Frank McClanahan retook the lead in M2 Spec. I don't think Frank is out for this race. Maybe we'll see him a little bit later for the Australian rules Enduro, which I think is like Australian rules football, but I'm not positive.
Well, we had that conversation this morning. I think what that means is when you come in to do your pit stop, you got to drop kick a ball in a bucket before you can get back in the car.
And there's a scrum before you can get in the car. Yes.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg. When we hit this short course now, and you know, obviously the times go way down. This laps will go a lot faster. We're going, 1:59s, 2 minutes yesterday. Now we're in the 1:20s, 1:30 or 1:20 mark. So, we're doing quite well there.
Yeah, and so GoBuffs 1993 puts in the chat, Brian, over on the BMW side. He says the short course is going to be interesting. I don't think BMW Club Racing has ever raced on the short course before. And so to make things even more interesting, Brian, even though the BMW racers went out on track this morning, it was a practice and a warm-up so that they could get the feeling for the short course. There was no actual qualifying session for the short course. The starting grid was actually based on the finishing order from yesterday afternoon's long course race.
And every BMW went out. So you had groups 1 and 2 in the BMW went out at the same time.
Right.
So, throw 50 cars out there and, you're trying to understand the difference in tracks if you've never run the short course. So you got to factor that in as well.
Yeah. Indeed, and so I think the biggest challenges for the racers, if they have not run the short course here before, either with BMW CCA Club Racing or with other organizations, are first that outer loop where we've got a camera set up. that as opposed to using that and making the run down into the boot. Now you've got to be able to get a little bit more rotation for the car and then carry into the short chute over towards what is known as turn 9 right here. Perfect. And as they go into turn number 9, Brian, they're going to be entering with a lot more speed. Here, Josh, if we can go to the next camera, please. They're going to be entering with a lot more speed going here into turn 9 than they ever did working the long course, or probably turn 10. Right. Sorry, turn 10, primarily because turn 9, just ahead of it, that they ran yesterday, is the slowest course on the track.
Correct, yeah, and so you're right. They're going to carry a lot more speed here, so going to back up the braking zone a little bit more, get into that turn, into that kind of turn 10, and then really kind of help get that shot off of turn 11.
Right.
It's not a really long shoot there between 10 and 11 before you're right back on the brake getting through, but before you head down
onto the front straight. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's check in here real quick. And you see it there on the ticker on the left-hand side of your screen, Brooks Friedman. We've got the B-Mod class shown in white. So all the drivers that have the white numbers on the left-hand side of their name, those are your B-Mod drivers. And actually, I think for most of them, we actually have the class listed next to their name as well. Todd Brown in the 800 machine, your C-Mod leader. Let's take a look at some, and we'll go through some of the other classes. And so, indeed, we said Todd McClenahan not here in M2 Spec today. Sean Brown, your leader. Michael Wetzel running in second. In GTB1 for those Porsche Interloper guys, Mark Exton in his Porsche Cayman S, currently your leader over Richard Diasis in a Porsche GT3 Cup car. In IP, we've got Job Neiman in the 888 machine over Ryan Agnew and David Woodward. All of the drivers running in IP, they are running E36 M3s. And then as we talked about C-Mod and D-Mod, in C-Mod, we talked about Todd Brown and Marshall Papadopoulos. Jared Randall currently third. Scott Glennie running in fourth. And in B-Mod, Brooks Friedman, who is, again, your overall leader. Rick Black second. Kirk Olson. Steve Barnett, your top four.
Yeah, pretty much everybody spread out. You look through the times and you look down at the the gaps for each of them, anywhere from 2 seconds to 8-9 seconds in between there. So not a real good battle right now early on. That doesn't mean when we get to the end, with just right around 8 minutes left to go, that we don't start having battles within class, not only on the racetrack, but it really becomes a battle within class.
All right, Brian, real quick, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, VRG Group 1 racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in a few minutes. VRG Group 1, please head to the grid.
Yeah, our leaders now are just starting to get into the back half of this entire field here, Greg. So that's really going to play some havoc as we get to Brooks Friedman and Todd Brown. Remember, it was 1.8 seconds last time by. Now it's a little bit of 2. We'll see whether or not Friedman's going to be able to get through some of that back marker traffic as opposed to Todd Brown. Where do they start to run into them, on this racetrack?
All right, and look at it. I always love this shot, Brian, as cars are carried probably the most speed of anywhere on the track coming out of the S's, and then the short run down into the inner loop, into the bus stop chicane, and many times they're going fan out 3 and 4 wide on entry, and it's watching how they get, especially now for the short course, to see how they get out of the bus stop and manage to get that car rotated in order to make the run here down into turn 10. Yeah. So different from what they were doing yesterday.
Yeah.
That you could kind of get by, taking a shallow entry into the bus stop yesterday because you had a little bit more of a run. You could let the car track out all the way to the curbing and all the way to the fence to get it straightened out to head down to the boot. You really have to have that car take a very a deep entry into the bus stop, bring the car all the way out very wide towards the fence on the exit of the bus stop, so that you kind of, I don't want to say diamond off, but you are going very wide, very high on that groove going into the outer loop, so that you can sweep back down to the short chute.
Yeah, one of the other things you got to worry about too, Greg, here is, and we're hearing the calls come over, is that, we do have out of bounds here.
Right.
So we've got out of bounds, anything to the left of the rumble strips going out of 1, right? Coming out of 1, getting into 2. You also now have it coming out of right here in this camera shot, coming out of the out.
Well, actually,
going out of
here,
the outer,
as we go to the
left of the outer.
Right, if we go to the next camera shot, Josh, if we can go here. If you look on the right-hand side, right under the BMW CCA Club Racing logo, there you see a bunch of strips. Yeah. That is actually like negative curbing, we'll call it. Actually, cut grooves cut out into the pavement,
right?
To basically warn the drivers, if you get out there, you're not going to like it.
Yeah, well, that too. Plus, you've also got the stewards won't want cars out there. That's one. So you've got turn 1. You've got coming through the outer loop there as they exit the outer loop. You also have it in turn 10 to the driver's right if you go outside there. So again, you've got to make sure your car's handling, because you definitely don't want to push that car up over those rumble strips. It's going to get called out, and there potentially could be a penalty. So you've got to make sure that you've got the handling on this car pretty much set up here for the short course. The other good thing here right now this morning, Greg, and we've seen it, and we're getting a little bit brighter, but it's been mostly cloudy all morning long, and it's a little cooler. Got a little bit of the wind picking up today that we didn't have yesterday. This track's going to have some grip, right? So you've got to make sure that you got a lot of heat in your cars. You got one car coming out of there that's got some left rear damage flapping in the wind right here. We'll have to see who that is, but getting ready to come through right there. Right there, I think they've got a little bit of flap.
We can see it right up by the tail light. Yeah. All right, so a couple people are. First off, we got Go Buffs 1993 again in the chat, saying that he hopes people stick around for the Australian rules Enduro because, and we did know this, that there is an inverted grid component to this and a little bit of a handicap based on where drivers start. Then John Alex Lucas asks if the finishing order from this race is going to determine the start order for the Enduro. Honestly, Brian and I don't know, because that Enduro is open, I believe, to all racers from either Group 1 or Group 2.
Right.
So, honestly, we're not sure.
I still like you have to get out of the car, kick the ball in the bucket before your next driver, or you can get back in.
Like a battle royal.
Sure.
Cage match. Well, actually, instead of a cage match, Brian, we'll call it the Blue Armco match. Instead of hitting somebody over the head with a chair, you grab a tire bundle.
Right.
Maybe a couple pieces of the Armco. You never know.
Pretty good battle right here coming out of there. You've got a couple cars actually using their lights there. A little bit of a light to flash. Say, hey, look, I'm a little faster than you.
I'm fairly certain. We'll have to take a look, Brian, because I believe that might actually be I think that might be the Friedman car there up at the front that had the lights in the grill that were flashing. We'll try and get the number actually as that car comes by, and that'll help us reset the field a little bit.
We'll look out the window here. That's actually the 532 that's got the
damage.
Yeah, that's got the damage. That's Liam Harrow. And that's your 10th place car overall.
Yeah, and actually the car flashing the lights, Brian, the 802 machine, the M2 Spec car of Sean Brown.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, so again, you start to hear that out-of-bounds calls come across the radio, Greg. Guys are starting to really push, or drivers, I should say, really starting to push the limit as much as they can.
And you said it was the 532 car that had
the 532 that's got the left rear damage with the little flap near there.
Right, that's Liam Harrow in the C-Mod, C-Mod E36 328.
Yep. He's 5th in the C-Mod, so we'll look to see. And it's been like that now for a couple of laps, so I don't believe that will come off. But again, that's we'll see it.
All right, so Brian getting word that next time Brooks Friedman or possibly Todd Brown, who's running about 5 seconds in arrears right now, whenever our leader comes down the front straight, they will see the white flag signifying 1 lap to go. We'll track Mr. Friedman, and we'll show you that here. But again, nice, very quick race here this morning. Again, things I think were impacted a little bit by that late start. All right, so our leader coming through turn 10 now. And now should be coming through the final corner. There we go. Like I said, I thought it was one of the cars with the lights. And there you go. Starter now hanging the white flag in the air. And Brooks Friedman now working his final lap here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, getting ready to put a lap on the 140 machine. That's one of those Power 4s, Jason Santlofer. That's 15th overall. So he's worked his way all the way around up to putting a lap on the 15th place car. And everybody else from here on out will get that white flag to go. I think that, again, as we said, with that 140, he's probably working his last lap as well because our leader, Brooks Friedman, did go by him right after they passed the start-finish line. So.
Exactly. And for those of you that are wondering the difference, the boot section of the racetrack here adds almost exactly 1 mile to the course.
Wow.
And the boot section was added, I believe, added the inner loop. The bus stop was added in 1992. The boot had been added considerably earlier than that. And I think back, I have to ask Josh here, but I think somewhere along the lines, somewhere along the lines of 1971 or thereabouts. So checkered flag is in the air, Brian.
Yep. So the Brooks Friedman in that 014 takes that B mod class. Todd Brown, he's gone by now, so he is going to take our C mod class.
And there you go, the 86 and the 577 now coming across the line. That is a little bit further back in the field. The 86 car, that was Rick Black, who finished 3rd overall and had lapped up to David Ellman, the 527 car, the PWR4 machine, finishing in 18th. So we'll continue to track some of these racers as they come across. And Brian will start to run things down here by class. So in B mod, Brooks Friedman taking the win, Rick Black 2nd, Steve Barnett finishing in 3rd. He ran his fastest lap of the race on the final lap. Kirk Olson finishes just off the podium with Tom Grady and Warren Wolf finishing 5th and 6th. In M2 Spec, Sean Brown takes the win today over Michael Wetzel. In PWR4, David DeJesus runs his fastest lap on the final lap. Jason Santlofer will finish 2nd. David Ellman will finish 3rd. In GTB1, it's Mark Exton with taking the win in his Cayman. Richard Dassis finishing 2nd. In IP, it is Joe Neiman taking the win in the 888 machine. David Woodward 2nd. Ryan Agnew 3rd. Johannes Neiman will finish in 4th. And then finally in C-Mod, Todd Brown with the win. Marshall Papadopoulos 2nd. Jared Randall takes the bronze. Then we've got Peter Agapopoulou will finish in 4th. Liam Harrow will finish in 5th. All right, so let's do this, Brian. Before we take a quick break, why don't we bring up the schedule, let everybody see what we're doing here today. There you go, Sunday schedule on the side of the screen. We've just finished the BMW Group 1 race. We're going to take a break in a few moments and set things up for the first Vintage Racer Group race of the day, and that's going to be for our small bore racers, Formula Vs as well. And then we've got two more races after that before we break for lunch. We'll wrap our sprint racing up with VRG, and then we're going to go to that Australian Pursuit Fun Enduro. And I was telling you, Brian, I saw that originally. I thought it was it would make sense with BMW. I thought it was the Austrian Pursuit Fun Enduro. Right. Just a hint, guys.
Trying to figure out what they're pursuing.
Yeah, exactly. And then an all-hands race there at the end for VRG. All right, so Josh, why don't we do this? We're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Watkins Glen International.
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody. I am Greg Ginsberg. He is Brian Donati, and we've got Josh Ashby over my right shoulder here, giving us all the great views of today's action from Watkins Glen International. And, Brian, we just had a great opening race from the BMW Car Club of America's Club Racing Group. Now we've got the Vintage Racing Group heading out on track, the first of their 4 race groups running sprint races here today. And this is our small bore, basically racers 1300. I think I did say 1500 cc yesterday. 1300 cc and lower. Our Formula Vs, which are, I think, either 1200 or 1300 Volkswagen air-cooled motors, as well as machines built before 1960. And this, again, scheduled to be somewhere around a 20-minute race for them.
Yeah. And
behind the not-so-vintage Toyota Camry pace car here at Watkins Glen. And we've got I love this field. We've got a nice smattering of vehicles in this field. Of course, we've got all the little British cars. We've got Austin Healey Sprites and Triumph Spitfires, Mini Coopers, and not Mini all uppercase, but Mini with lowercase letters from British Leyland. We've got the SCCA, if you look right in the middle of the field there, the SCCA Sports Racers, actually Sports Renaults, right, which is the first generation of the Spec racers in the SCCA, a number of other types of machines as well. And I think we might even hopefully see Eric Russell's MGA, which spent the entire race yesterday over by the runoff at the inner loop at the bus stop.
Yeah.
He got to watch the whole race through his rearview mirror. So hopefully things will be a little bit better today as the pace car now leads the field out of turn 10. Going to come down onto the apron there at turn 11, turning the field over to, I believe, Andrew Moore and Thomas Brown. Moore in that red FPV Austin Healey Sprite as they come onto the front straight now. Starter is looking over the field as they come underneath the bridge. And as the engines rev up, there we go. Green flag is in the air, Brian, and we are racing once again here at Watkins Glen. And it looks as though the blue Spitfire, Brian, of Thomas Brown got a great jump over Andrew Moore, and we'll see as they come down into turn 1, and I think he's taken over the lead as the field filters through, and there you go. There's the blue with the white striped Spitfire. We also had the white Spitfire, Jesse Darrow, the white 51 machine. I think he got around Andrew Moore as well.
Well, they were side by side coming down out of 1, heading up into 2, heading up into the S's. I'm not sure whether or not he's made that pass just yet, but you're right, Greg. Jesse Darrow got a great start as well as Thomas Brown. I think Andrew Moore just didn't get the car just didn't want to go. It looked like he was on the throttle and sounded like he was on the throttle, just didn't want to take off right there. But now it looks like you're going to go ahead and Andrew Moore is going to go ahead and jump back into that second position in front of Jesse Darrow as they come through the inner loop and they start to exit out of the inner loop, getting ready to go to the outer. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to hold it, but Jesse Darrow got through that bus stop relatively well. We'll see now as they come down through the outer loop. Right now, they're going to go side by side. Andrew Moore, Jesse Darrow. Now they get back single file.
All right, and we see fourth car in line there, Brian. That is the yellow with blue striped Mini Cooper, 1965 Mini Cooper. John Clerk, the racer, he owns Steel Wings, which is an Aston Martin specialist, and got into this when his dad, who used to rally and road race cars, started working on vintage cars together. He's been racing now for just now 3 years, and he's right there up towards the front. Right behind Andrew Moore in his Spitfire.
Yeah. Tell you what, sorry, Greg. I was going to say one guy that didn't get off the pit lane as they were going out for their pace lap. That's the 42 machine of James Molnar. He actually had to start shotgun on the field basically all the way in the back. So he didn't get off there, but
we saw him coming up through the S's about 50, 60 car lengths back from the rest of the field. All right, as our field now makes their way up through the S's and heads towards the bus stop for the second time in the Spec Renaults, since, they're all yellow and they all look the same, Brian. Michael Schrader, your leader with, take that back, AJ Ferragonio.
Right.
Your leader with Michael Schrader second, Steve Hanford, and John Dunnock all in a row there. And then right behind them, we had Vic Schuster, Mac McCormick, Schuster in the DM Triumph, 57 Triumph, and then we had the Morris Mini Cooper of Mac McCormick the 109 machine.
Well, all those Renaults went out for practice this morning, got their practice qualifying, and they were all right together the entire time. So it was, pretty good to watch there during the practice qualifying, and that shows because they're all pretty much nose to tail, a little bit further back on the last one there.
And that's leading that group right now. That is the green Austin Healey Sprite of Peter McCarthy, the 23 machine. He spent the first lap essentially right in between both of them, and he now finally gets ahead of those Spec Renaults. He now moves up to 6th overall. He is running, it looks like, 5th in FPV currently.
Tell you what, pretty good battle up front here, picking them up just now coming out of turn 1 into turn 2, and that is Andrew Moore, Thomas Brown, Jesse Darrow. Now throw John Clerk in there in that number 10 Mini Cooper. I tell you what, John Clerk got the fastest, so far has set the fastest lap of the race here, so he's actually kind of moved on the back bumpers of the Moore, Brown, and Darrow machines as they start to head up through the inner loop there. You can see them now coming into your screen. I tell you what, Andrew Moore opening up by about a car length and a half over now Jesse Darrow, and it looks like Thomas Brown didn't get through the S's quite well, and he's going to allow John Clerk to go by him as well. So Thomas Brown may be having a problem in that Triumph Spitfire number 18. See them coming out down there, getting ready to come out of the outer loop now, going through the short chute. They're getting ready to come back out of turn 10 here, momentarily, but we'll have to we'll pick them up on cameras 11 there, getting ready to come down start finish line. But you can see here, it looks like Jesse Darrow now has really started to pick up the pace and start to push Andrew Moore. They're starting to open up by about 5-6 car lengths now over Clerk and then Thomas Brown.
Yeah, and so, Brian, we just talked a little bit about John Clerk, who had just in the Mini, who just went by us. He had just a few moments ago reached that fast lap. He did that on lap number 2. Lap number 3, Jesse Darrow in that white Spitfire just now reset fast lap. A little bit further back in the field, Brian, I think maybe the one machine that you wouldn't necessarily consider to be vintage in this group is the silver Honda Civic hatchback of that is Derek Sivret's machine. It is the number the number 124 car, excuse me, and he is a fleet manager by trade. He's been doing autocrosses for many years, has many autocross championships in his local area. He is out of Chicopee, Massachusetts, and started autocrossing with his best friend Dave Gott, who's been racing here with us this weekend. Yeah. They started many years ago, and he got his road racing license 20 years ago. Yeah, I know, easy for me to say. Got his road racing license 20 years ago so that he could race with Steve. And you look at it, that Honda Civic, Brian, as I race the same generation Honda CRX, those cars now are 35 years old.
It's hard to believe.
It's hard to believe that those machines now, I mean, they certainly qualify for vintage racing. And there is Mr. Sivret right now. There's Derek as he went through the bus stop. That I will say that beautiful Honda Civic, because I have there's a very warm place in my heart for 88 to 91 Honda Civics and CRXs.
And look, they're not real easy to race. I mean, you've got your hands full in there, the way it sits and everything else. So you got to work hard with it.
You can set them to handle very well. They have an A-arm independent front suspension. They have a trailing arm independent rear suspension. They handle very well. They've got the same problem that most front-wheel drive cars do, is they inherently want to push a little bit, which going through the outer loop here is a huge challenge. The other place it's a huge challenge, Brian, is get the car to turn into turn 1 down here as well. I can tell you that as well. But you can drive those cars with the throttle very, very easily. They are magical in the rain. Right. They are magical in the wet. And it looks like he's having some great fun there.
I bet you he probably wishes it was raining a little bit.
I'll bet he does.
That levels the playing field across the board. That is The word on the street is that it completely levels the playing field when you got a little bit of rain with that Honda. Tell you what, I'm going to jump back up front again because, you just talked about this a moment ago, Greg. Jesse Darrow setting the fastest lap of the race. Did it on lap 4. Well, now I'm going to take that back. Andrew Moore just set the fastest lap on lap 5. And again, those two have kind of broken away by about 5 seconds over Thomas Brown, who has now overtaken John Clerk in that 10 machine. So as they start to head down out of turn 1, head down into turn 2, Andrew Moore, Jesse Darrow, tell you what, they are just sitting there. I think Jesse Darrow's just content to sit right behind Andrew Moore until we get to the end of this race, because that is the battle, in class there.
So, Brian, going back, and we'll have a little bit of time to set this up since it's in the afternoon, but Go Buffs 1993, he's in the chat, talking to us a little bit, not about VRG, but about BMW running, and we have the Australian rules football, Enduro, this afternoon, and he said that there's no pace lap. Cars start hot and it appears to be from the pit lane, and it all depends on, again, it is done. It's a handicapped race, so the fastest cars may start a couple laps down from the cars that go out first, and so he's thinking, it might be a good idea for us to put a camera on the pit lane. And we might actually be able to do that.
We'll have to see how it's going to work, between lunch. If we can get one down in there during lunch, we will. Yeah. It's not something we could do, but yeah, we could probably put it down there and face it. I
might be able to face it right here from the announcement.
Oh yeah, good point.
Send it right out.
Yeah, that's a good point. We have that camera we can put down there.
Exactly. Using my noodle, man.
Yeah. Well, he used your noodle for you.
Thank you, Go Buffs 1993, for using my noodle. I appreciate that.
Just hope he's not a Deion Sanders fan.
Oh, are they going to ship me out to Colorado? All right.
No, he'll know what I'm talking about when I say that if he's got Go Buffs. So.
All right. So, Brian, getting word here that our leaders, next time they come down the start-finish line, they will see the white flag in the air. So, our leaders, Andrew Moore, Jesse Darrow, and they are still more or less nose to tail, and I think we're going to try and track them here on this final lap.
Yeah, here they come. You're right. Right out of the S's, they look as one, right? So
yes,
you see Andrew Moore. There's actually 2 cars there. That is him and Jesse Darrow.
Yep.
That's how close Jesse Darrow gets up out of the S's through there. Randy Moore gets a little bit through the bus stop a little bit better.
And I should add that this is a 4 position in class as well.
Yes.
They are both in the FPV class, and so we've got the red Sprite of Moore, we've got the white Spitfire of Darrow here as they come down the short chute and head into turn 10 with just about a lap and a quarter remaining here. So let's take a look as they come in now to turn 10, and again, they're going to be the second and third cars here of 3 coming into the shot, and onto the front straight. And as they'll come underneath the bridge here in a moment, the starter will hang the white flag. There it is. White flag is in the air. And look at and coming down the inside, Brian, Jesse Darrow, who just reset fast lap, ran almost 0.2 of a second back to Andrew Moore. Can't do anything about it, though. Going into turn 1, had a little bit of overlap at the start-finish line, but backed out. But here they come through the S's, Brian, side by side.
Yeah, I tell you what, getting ready to come up there. They almost got that out of bounds mark, Greg, but they went through turns 1 and 2. As they come up through the S's there, getting by one of those slower cars, they're going to get right back into it. But again, this battle's going to come all the way down to the end. They're going to come up on some other lap traffic cars. That's going to get them probably down through the short chute as they clear the bus stop.
All right, well, we'll take a look here as they come through. They are now entering the bus stop, and it is still Andrew Moore with the lead. And it looked like Moore had a big advantage as Darrow might have been balked a little bit as he tried to come alongside going up through the S's and found one of those slower cars there already occupying the space. As they come down through the outer loop, still about 2 car lengths as they clear one of the MGB GTs. Come down the short chute and into turn number 10. 2 turns remaining here at Watkins Glen.
Tell you what, here they come now, Greg, and I'll tell you what, Andrew Moore is going to open up by about a car length and a half coming out of that last turn down the front stretch. Jesse Darrow just not going to be able to get there, as that car just didn't have the power to pull back up, and I think that happened a little bit further back, really coming out of the outer loop.
All right, let's pick up some of the other action here as some of our racers are still completing their final laps.
We pick up the outer. Actually, we'll wait till they come into turn 10. But our Spec Renault class there with AJ Ferraganio and Steve Hanford, they were nose to tail last time when I looked at the camera coming out of the outer loop.
All right, well, we're trying.
They're already past that.
Yeah, so. I think they're. So if we move up one camera, here we go.
We'll see. I think Ferraganio has been able to hold on to that just a little bit over Hanford. Actually, it's going to be Schroeder that's going to get in front of Hanford.
Right. So Ferraganio already took the checker and took the win in the Spec Renaults by almost 15 seconds.
Okay.
That was Schroeder, who finished second with Hanford very close behind, and then I believe a little bit further back, John Dunnick in the 63 car will finish in fourth. All right, so let me break this down by class here for you. And again, starting off at the front of the field, and a huge FPV field it was, Brian. Of course, we just saw Andrew Moore take the win. And by the way, Andrew Moore, talk about when you need to put the medal down. Andrew Moore ran the fastest lap of anybody on the very last lap, and more importantly, he stretched his advantage over Jesse Darrow by about a 10.5 on that last lap. So Darrow finishes second. Thomas Brown finishes about 6 seconds back in third. Peter McCarthy finishes just off the podium in fourth for FPV, with Justin D'Antonio, Eric Russell, Claude Gagne, James Molnar rounding out the 8-driver class. If we take a look at EPV, Anthony Hess takes the win in his MGB over the MGB GT of Alan Kostic. In GPH, Garth Knorr, our sole racer in the class. In ITC, Derek Sivret, we saw my beautiful Honda Civic. He is our only racer in the class. And then we move over to FM, where William Demarest in his Falcon Shells Competition 2 is the only racer in the class. That was the 47 car. In GPV, George Harmuth was your winner. In BSR, we already talked about this, and that was for the Spec Renaults. AJ Ferraganio, your winner, Schrader, Hanford, and then Dunnick in the 4-car field. And then if we move over to CSV, taking the win in his 1965 yellow Mini Cooper, John Clerk, and John finished fourth overall. Great run for him. Mac McCormick in his Mini Cooper will finish second. Alex Schaefer ran his fastest lap of the race in his red Mini Cooper, 1964 Mini Cooper. He finishes third. All right, what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick little break here, Brian, and when we come back, we will have more racing action from Watkins Glen International, where you are watching the 2024 Watkins Glen races with the Vintage Racer Group and BMW Car Club of America's Club Racers. We'll be right back.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody. I'm Greg Ginsberg. He's Brian Donati. We've got Josh Ashby here working the controls for us. And Josh, or probably Brian and Josh.
And Josh.
We are working now our Group 2 BMW Club Racers, the huge Spec E46 class. We've got a nice sized IS class here as well. Power 2, Power 3. Some more of the Porsche interlopers and GTB1, JPKP out on the pace lap, much like we had yesterday. And you'll see this as we have our E46s just now coming through the bus stop and coming into that view before the remainder of our racers.
Right. Yeah.
And so we're going to have 2 starts, essentially. We'll have the E46s. We'll have then the second group. Now, what we saw during yesterday's race is that the overall winner was actually a Power 2 racer.
Right.
That I think our top 3 Power 2 racers actually came all the way through the entire Spec E46 field.
That's a lot of maneuvering.
Yes.
Because, you've got 20-some cars in this 24 right now that are going out.
All right, here, and we see that second group now coming through the outer loop. So let's jump back to the front group, Josh. Here, as they're going to be coming into turn 10. Lights are out on the safety car, as we can see here. And pace car now pulls onto the pit lane. this turning things over to Phil Wirtz, who has run the table this weekend in Spec E46. Brian Hostetler beside him on the front row. Jonathan Adams, Jesse Clark, Robert McInerney, Greg Hartman, Joe Fuchs, Jeff Quisenberry, Rich Brainerd, and Andy Hong, your top 10 as the green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Watkins Glen as they make the run down into turn number 1.
Tell you what, looks like Hostetler's going to get the jump on Wirtz as they head down into turn 1, Greg. And I tell you what, that's opened the door for Jonathan Adams a little bit to get right on that back bumper of Phil Wirtz.
All right, so let's jump over to our second group, Brian, who get the green flag now, and being led there at the front by Keith Promozic, Emmerich Steller, Andrew Palumbo, Nick Soma leading is your IS pole sitter, William Milat, then Yakov Bielak, Gordy Wagner. And the question is, do we have Team Stellar? Yes, we do. We got Stellar Team. It's so back in the chat. That is so great to hear. Welcome back, guys.
Well, I tell you what, he is starting to pull away already. So let's see if he can double that, Greg, on this short course as he did yesterday with the boot, whether or not he can work his way back up into the back half of the Spec E46 group. And looking at the camera right now, it's not going to take long.
No.
Because the last half of our Spec E46 is just now coming out of the bus stop, heading into the outer loop, and here comes Stellar now. He is now going through the bus stop, so it's not going to take long.
Yeah, we can see now, and wow, what a jump already in that second group. Brian, as we take a look, as Stellar in the 10 machine, who I believe won yesterday in Power 3. He got a heck of a jump on the rest of that second group. Got a wonderful jump on Promozic there, and had already opened up about, it looked like maybe 15 car lengths by the time they came out of the bus stop and were going through the outer loop. As we watch this huge Spec E46 field now starting to stretch out just a little bit here as we take a look after lap number 1. You can see you've got the ticker on the field. All of the Spec E46 machines in purple, and there you go, Phil Wirtz, your leader, with Ben Hostetler, Jonathan Adams, McInerney, Fuchs, Hartman. Essentially, Brian, if we look at the top 5, all within a second and a half of one another, and the top 10 all within about 3.5 seconds of one another. Oh, look at that side-by-side action going through the bus stop about mid-pack, as these racers are still jockeying for position here at the Glen.
You know, Greg, I said at the beginning, Ben Hostetler getting that start. It was actually Phil Wirtz that got that good start that pulled away from Hostetler, because Hostetler is under heavy fire from Jonathan Adams in that 004 machine, especially when they came through the bus stop right now. We're going to have to see whether or not. I think right now Adams probably is going to potentially make that pass. He's got a good running car right now early on as they start to filter back down through the start-finish line, head down into turn 1. It looks like Hostetler, though, is going to open it up by about 0.5 of a second. Yeah, getting a couple calls here that are definitely using the track limits here, Greg, and I did get word that going forward from turns 1 and turn 10, if you exceed that 4 over those rumble strips, you're going to get that black flag. So that could potentially come into play here if you're battling somebody for position.
Yeah, and it sounds as though Mr. Emmerich Steller might have run afoul at least once, so he's going to have to watch this. It looks like the number 8 machine is going to get the furled black, which is essentially that's the naughty flag. That's like a slap on the wrist, literally.
Yeah, Mr. Quisenberry there, you have to be careful.
Yeah, currently running 8th in the in Spec E46 and in that number 8 machine. And so again, if you do it multiple times, you won't get the furled black flag. You'll get the full black flag telling you to come on in.
Yep. Yeah, so they're kind of waiting for that driver to come back down through there so they can show it. We'll see, but again, it's going to get to the point where you've got to make sure that you get the car where you need to be. And again, it's tough getting down into turn 1 right now. Again, as I talked about earlier on, it's still pretty cool out there, so the track's going to have a lot of grip. It looks like we're going to do it again going back down there.
All right, we're gonna pick up a nice little battle here that we've got mid-pack going on. We're gonna try and get the car numbers here on these machines, and I believe what we're looking at here, and we'll see. I think this might be Scott Ryman in the 177 machine. John Williams running 12th and 13th in Spec E46. But we'll try and get the numbers here as they come through the bus stop, Brian.
So that would be.
I was going to say, I think that was was Ryman. The E46 field, Brian, is so tightly matched right now.
Yeah.
It's getting a little hard to pick. What I was looking at, I think actually is Brainerd, Quisenberry, March, Stover, and McGowan.
I think so. Yeah.
That were all together, and so hopefully we can go back and focus. And I think, and they're coming into the inner loop now. There we go. That's the fight right there.
Yeah, and it looks like Quisenberry's going to get it again, right, Greg? So it's going to get it again. That's that battle you were talking about with Dan March, Quisenberry, and Matthew Stover. So we'll have to see. He was able to get through there that time. Didn't exceed that track limit. So again, trying to get everything he can out of that car early on in this race. And again, when you're in a battle like that with those three drivers, you know, you got to be able to turn off. I think the last time by, he was right on that back bumper of Dan March, heading down into turn 1 and up into turn 2. Really, to stay off of Dan March, had to maneuver that car over to the driver's
Yeah,
line.
indeed. And so real quick, Griffin G in the chat, Brian, wanted to know if we could cover some of the Power 2 field.
Yep.
And right now, and just to give you a quick update on Power 2, they're little... they're working their way through traffic is probably the best I could put this, Brian, right now. Besik Manabe is your leader. He's got about a 2.5 second advantage and he's got 2 cars between he and Yakov Bielak, who's running in second. It is another 4 seconds back to Mark Tomas, who wanted to thank Mark, who came up and joined us in the booth yesterday. He is running third in class. It is another 3.5 seconds back to Miro McMullen. So again, that field kind of mixed in. They're mixed in right now with the IS drivers as well as the tail end of the Spec E46 field. Right. So as soon as things maybe close up a little bit, we'll definitely try to focus in on them. Yep.
Well, give a little shout out here to the Stellar family and the Stellar group. Emmerich has worked his all the way up to 10th overall in that E36, Power 3 in that E36. So he's still working his way through the field here. Still that pretty good battle there, Greg. You were covering earlier with Dan March, Quisenberry. Now throw Emmerich Stellar in there, right? He's gotten by Matthew Stover and Sean McGowan. So, put Stellar in that battle on the racetrack. Again, not in class, but he's right in that Dan March Quisenberry battle on the racetrack. I believe they could be coming out of turn number 11 now, head down to the front stretch. We'll see. Then again, they may have already gone through turn 1 because you got a pretty good gaggle of cars right there that are starting to work their way up out of turn 2 and up into the S's, and I believe that is the group that they are mixed in with right now.
All right, Brian, real quick, let me make another call or a call to the grid for our next race group, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Tension in the paddock, tension to paddock. First call to the grid for VRG Group 2. Please head to the grid. VRG Group 2 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Again, some of these, Spec E46 is starting to get into heavy traffic now with the back half of this field as they start to work their way out of turn 1 down into turn 2 up in the S's. There you can see that's the pretty big group right there. That's not the entire group. There's about 7 or 8 cars. I believe they're just now coming up out of the S's, heading up into the inner loop right here. They've kind of filtered out a little bit, but that was a big group trying to get through some of the back half of this field.
Yeah, indeed, and we saw yesterday. We mentioned yesterday how the Power 3 class had worked their way clear of all of the Spec E46s. A little more difficult today, it seems, with the short course. A little bit more free running, a little bit longer straightaways where the Power 3 racers could use the additional horsepower that they had. Right now, Emmerich Steller, he's up to 8th overall, and looks as though, at least in class, he's got a pretty good run of it. He still has running in second place Andrew Palumbo, Brian, but there are, and by the way, let me reset that.
I just saw
as they just completed lap 7. Steller picked off another 3 racers. He is now up to 5th overall, and Palumbo is down in 11th. So we are talking about what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 racers now between Steller, who leads the class, and Palumbo, who is running in second, and then Keith Promozic, who started off on the front row of that second group, Brian. He is now sitting 16th overall. So that group very much separated. Checking back in with Power 2. Menadbe in the 46 machine, running 18th overall. Then Yakov Bielak running 22nd overall. And we might want to try to pick this up, the 368 IS machine of William Malott and Gordy Wagner. Now, this was a race yesterday afternoon when we had Scott Sterling in the booth that was incredibly tight. They are separated by less than half a second right now. You'll have to excuse me because I now have to look through a bunch of kidney grills to try and figure out where they are. 286. There's the 10 just passed by us.
Yep.
And so we're going to be looking for right around after the 127 car. So we look for the 368 machine.
Okay. I will tell you, Palumbo's having a lot of difficulty trying to get through some of those
traffic.
Spec E46s.
Yeah, well, they are spending a lot of time side by side.
Yeah, they are.
Should not surprise us. Josh, we'll let you know when we spot this IS battle for the lead.
Yeah, because that's going to end up being a good battle here. Because again, you've got some of the other cars coming back through there. But you're right; it's time to look through some of the grills.
All right, here they come right on the front straight now.
Headed down the front straight.
If we come down the front straight, there is on the inside. There's the blue, the 368 machine. And that is William Malott. Then we've got actually now Gordy Wagner. He's in the gray 36. He actually has worked slightly ahead. There they are. They are side by side now, Brian. That is the battle for the lead in IS as they make their way up the S's and now head through. And what a battle here as time is winding down. Time is winding down here for this BMW race as they come out of the S's and make the run down the other short chute, heading into the bus stop chicane. I believe they are second, side by side once again, coming into the bus stop, and there's a third car along with them. That third car, I believe, is Yakov Bielak in the Power 2 machine. He is currently running second in that class.
Yeah, they were side by side, and you're right. Bielak kind of in the middle of there, and I think that you ended up having William Malott had to basically get out of the gas there, which allowed Gordy Wagner to jump a little bit up. So we'll have to see whether or not he's going to be able to pull back up in there, meaning Malott on Wagner.
All right, got word that the 117 car, Brian, just pulled off. That was Joe Fuchs. He was running 8th overall and was running 6th in E46. It looks like his day is now done.
Right. Looks like we're getting ready to wind this down, Greg. I think the next time by, we're going to show the white flag. Is that what we're getting ready to?
I think that is the plan from race control, and that battle for the lead in IS now. Gordy Wagner opened up almost 2 seconds as they, I think, again having that out of class car right in the middle of the fight, kind of opened things up there as we watch them go into the bus stop. But,
so your overall leader now is Emmerich Steller. That car now has taken the white flag and everybody behind him. So let's pick up that battle that you were just talking about. I believe they're just now coming through the outer loop. Is that correct, Greg?
Yeah, I believe indeed so. Yep, they're coming down through the outer loop. Unfortunately, the camera that we have running over towards turn 10 not functioning right now, but we'll catch them as they come out of turn 10 towards 11 here in just a moment. They are coming in there. There they are. Second and third cars in line right now. And they'll be coming onto the front straight as they now go complete their 10th laps. And we'll be starting lap 11 here momentarily.
Yeah, so they got one more lap. There they go, right by the start-finish line. Tell you what, you're right, Greg. They've got one more lap. Wagner leading by, it says a little bit of a second, but I guarantee you that's a little bit less than that from the on-track perspective. He can definitely see that car right there in front of him. He's going to push everything he can.
All right, let's jump now. We've got our leader, Emmerich Steller, now coming out of turn 11 onto the front straight. And checkered flag now being displayed. And there he is, Emmerich Steller, once again taking the win in Power 3 and works his way for the second day in a row, Brian, clear of the entire E46 field. So doing very well with traffic. Andrew Palumbo will finish second in Power 3. But your winner in that huge Spec E46 field today, Brian, Phil Wirtz in the number 958 machine. Ben Hostetler will finish second. Jonathan Adams will finish in third. So let's see if we can pick up that battle that we've been watching. And here they come now on the short chute from down towards turn 10. And here we see him here. And again, I believe it is there. There's the fight there. Second and third cars in line. Checkered flag in the air and taking the win in IS. It is going to be Gordy Wagner. William Malott Jr. finishes 0.4 of a second back. In Power 2, Besik Menabde takes the win. Now coming across the line, Yakov Bilak will finish in second. Mark Tomas will finish in third. All right, so let's go. We'll start running down the final order here. And we will start, I think appropriately enough, with Power 3, where Emmerich Steller takes the win, Andrew Palumbo second. Keith Promozic will finish in third with Alan Lewis just off the podium in fourth. In Power 2, it's Besik Menabde, then Yakov Bilak, Mark Tomas third, with Miro McMullen finishing about 10 seconds back from there in fourth. If we move over to Spec E46, it's Wirtz, Hostetler, Adams, and McInerney, I'm sorry. And Greg Hartman finishing in fifth, with Dan March finishing sixth, Rich Brainerd seventh, Jeff Quisenberry eighth, Matt Stover ninth, Sean McGowan finishing in 10th. Bob Martin, and we know that Lisa Farrell Martin is back in the chat again today, so I have to mention Bob Martin. He's our sole racer in KP, and there you go. He had a fast lap of 1:42.324, which I think is slightly faster than he ran yesterday. Brian, in IS, Gordy Wagner with the win, William Malott Jr. second, Charles Benoit third, Greg Martin fourth, Lauren Van Riper finishes in fifth, and then finally in GP, Frederick Landwehr was our sole racer in his F22 M35 IR with a fast lap of 1:35.214. All right, we've already been given the 5-minute warning on the grid, Brian. So let's do this. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to grab some water because I've got no voice already. And we will be back in just a few moments here from Watkins Glen International with our next Vintage Racer Group race. Should be mid-bore production, 1.3 liters to 2.5. We'll be back in just a few moments.
test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody. I'm Greg Ginsberg. He's Brian Donati. We've got Josh Ashby here as well, pushing all our buttons. And we have got our next Vintage Racer Group race out for the pace lap, and it hasn't been without some drama already. We'll talk about that in just a moment, Brian. This is for our racers above 1,300 cc, below 2,500 cc, or as I think I said yesterday, 2,500 liters. That probably isn't right. And as the group is making their way through the outer loop, and they have not yet, as you can see, formed up all that well. And they'll do that probably in the last 2 corners. We did have one car, Brian, pull off with a mechanical issue here on the pace lap.
I believe the call was for the 136 having some problems, maybe. I think somebody else pulled off, but I think the 136 is the one having the problem, which would be Richard Brown. So.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Richard Brown, and he is or was driving, well, now he's parking a, what was he driving, Brian? Marcos, that's right.
Yeah, driving a Marcos GT, silver one.
All right, lights are out on the pace car there, and it is going to dip down into the pit lane, turning things over to our Lotus Super 7s up at the front, and I think it is Adolf Botafarano and Luis Petitucci there on the front row. as the starter is looking over the field, and green flag is in the air here once again at Watkins Glen International. We've got the Ginetta G4 there of Harvey Park, and we've also got Todd Reed's Lotus Super 7 there in the field as well. David LeBrun in his Alpha GTV up at the front of the field. There's the white Alpha there at the front of the field, and look at that. We've got the black one there, as probably not the black one. We've got the red one of Vince Vaccaro tucked in right behind.
Yeah, and I believe Chris Domingo there is the one who really started up on the pole there in that Lotus Super 7, or that Lotus 7 as well, in that black and silver machine. So again, they had it listed in there by number and not by
lap time and not position.
Right.
Exactly.
Right, and you also got the 676 of Baxter Phillips in that Lotus 7. So again, those two were kind of nose to tail right there in that blue and that yellow one. Then, as you said, Harvey Park in that Ginetta G4. We got one car that gone off in through the bus stop there, continued on. It looks like we'll have to try to pick up who that was. We'll listen for that call. But again, Chris D'Amico, Baxter Phillips there, 1-2 coming out of the outer loop, headed down through that straight, going to come into turn 10 here. We'll see whether or not D'Amico's going to be able to open up by a little bit. Looks like he's going to over Baxter Phillips. Then, as you said, Greg, going to throw in Todd Reed. Then you're going to throw in David LeBrun in that Alpha, in that GTV.
All right, now as we have one lap in the books, let's put up the timing there. See, nobody would have known the difference, Brian, when I talked about sorting everybody by time instead of position on track.
Right. Yeah, it looks like that car was Marcus Jones that kind of went through the bus stop there, and was able to continue, but kind of had a little bit of a spin there up on the rumble strips. But again, Marcus Jones able to continue.
And jumping out to a pretty strong advantage here in his Lotus 7. That is Baxter Phillips in the 676 BSR class machine. He's opened up about 5 car lengths. But look at this right behind, Brian. The battle between Harvey Park and Chris D'Amico.
Yep.
D'Amico in the Lotus 7 in the silver machine. Harvey in the yellow Ginetta, the G4 machine. Look at that, as they're side by side. Not side by side, but at least some overlap right now.
It looks like D'Amico pulled out to get a little bit of air, and I think D'Amico got loose probably going down into turn 1 last time, because Phillips and Park, they were actually behind him. D'Amico was actually leading that lap, and now you can see Phillips. But you're right, Greg. D'Amico looked like he pulled out just a little bit to get some air into that front, or to kind of help break the draft and kind of slow getting on that left. That left side there. But now you've got Todd Reed going to jump into the mix here. Todd Reed looks like he's going to move up, although I think that may be a little bit of a...
there's Reed now coming in and dropping into the 90. He's still about 3 car lengths back, but that last time by, Brian, he was considerably faster than D'Amico and Park ahead. Reed turning in a 129.95. He was, that last circuit around, almost a half second faster than D'Amico, 7/10 faster than Harvey Park. So he is definitely coming. And then the first tin top that we see, that is David LeBrun in the TA2 Alfa Romeo, the white Alpha GTV. And whereas Vince Vaccaro was hanging right with him on lap number 1, Vaccaro is definitely under attack now by the Volkswagen Golf of Josh Brown directly behind, and that is a battle for position in class. The 2 Alphas and the Golf all in TA2.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, D'Amico and Park went side by side there, and that actually slowed D'Amico down, and that allowed Todd Reed to pull up and get in front of Chris D'Amico.
Yeah, so we'll likely have a new third place runner now, even though we've got all these Lotus 7s up at the front, Brian, based on their vintage, based on their age, in different classes and they've got different displacements.
Age of the cars, not age of the driver.
No, because I think well, Todd used to be a very young driver when I first started racing against Todd. Not so much anymore. Todd's got as much gray hair as the rest of us right now.
Yeah.
So D'Amico, and now, well, it looks like Reed may have fallen back. Well, let's take a look as they come up through the S's here. And so you see here now Reed's in the red Lotus 7. He's fallen back again from Hervey Park. Let's see if we can pick up some of these battles a little bit further back in the pack. I'd love to get to Rob Hurley's red Porsche 911, and he's got the yellow and green Triumph TR4 directly behind. And I think they are just now coming down into turn 1, Josh. Actually, there is the Porsche. And it's perfect because I think they've got the exact same livery.
Yeah, one's got a little bit more orange than the other in certain spots, but yes, they do. I mean, it's one just has the orange stripe there, and the other one has the larger V that comes up with the orange. So,
yeah, and then right behind them, I think we've got. I think that might be Melanie Mitchell directly behind them. Mm-hmm. But a nice little fight going on.
Yeah, we were watching that battle. There they are. They're coming up out of, really going through the bus stop right now.
And actually, as I look at that is not a Triumph sitting right behind him. Let me pick out our other Porsche. All right, we are actually watching John Munch in the number 35 CPV Porsche 911. And that is Bob Schaefer, I think, in the... I think that's Bob Schaefer's 1965 MGB that's directly behind. So a little bit further back in the field than what I was looking for. We'll try and pick out that other battle momentarily.
As you can see, the wind of the cars just blow that turn 11 camera around.
Exactly.
It is hard to watch, but it is so awesome to watch when that happens. So there you go. That is John Munch, and then you're right. Colby Schindel is the one right behind him, and then Schaefer is a little bit further back.
Right.
I was watching this TA2 battle. You talked about David LeBrun, but then he's got about a 6-second gap to David Ficarro, but then you've got Josh Brown. Last time by, they were within 0.2. I mean, they were literally nose to tail. That's opened up a little bit, and I think that's just because they Josh Brown just didn't get through
real quick.
The bus up last time.
Here's the fight that I was trying to find before. Thank you, Josh. Stay on this one for just a moment. This is Rob Hurley in the number 47 1970 Porsche 911. And then directly behind that is the green and yellow Triumph TR4 of David Gott. Hurley in the CPV class, Gott in the DPV class. As they come out of the outer loop.
Yeah, they're going to be going through turn 10 right about here momentarily, actually. Yeah, they already went through there. So pick them up on the front stretch here, Josh, if you can. I think what you're talking about there, Greg, is the one car there. That was the battle right there, but that has opened up now.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, it's a swap of positions there because we now have took a couple laps to get it done, but I think we've got Gott is now in the 80 machine. Got around Hurley. I'm going to try and say that 6 times real quick. There we go as they come up through the S's. All right, let's jump back to this TA2 battle, and we've got it on screen right now going into the bus stop. Brian, this is Vince Ficarro in the number 99 Alpha GTV, 1972 vintage, and then Josh Brown in a 1984 Volkswagen GTI. And, of course, that was the very first year, Brian, that the GTIs were sold in America. The GTI version, and they were manufactured in Pennsylvania at the Volkswagen's Pennsylvania plant, as opposed to being shipped in from Germany. And typically, you could tell the difference because the A1 Rabbit GTIs sold in America, they typically have the square headlights. Although a lot of drivers, they will convert them over to the round headlights, much like the earlier Rabbits and the ones that were coming over from the fatherland, fatherland.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Vaccaro was opened up there by about 2 seconds, and I think that's just because Josh Brown just isn't getting through the bus stop the last 2 laps very well, and what that's allowing Vaccaro to do is to pull away. So that seems like that is going to start to pull away there. Now we'll see if Vaccaro can really try to run down David LeBron. It's about 2 seconds for that class and battle, so that battle in class. Let me just say that. I think there's LeBron right there, coming through the bus stop. And then now you've got, that's Vaccaro just now entering in.
Right. And Vaccaro entering in from almost center of track.
Yeah.
And he will go and look at that as he throws away. Very interesting dichotomy here, watching these two racers and how they approach the bus stop, one in rear-wheel drive, one in front-wheel drive, where the Alpha will essentially throw away the first left-hand apex and take a much wider set into the second left-hander, and then can come through and exit almost center of track.
Right.
Whereas what we see from the Golf is trying to get in and get to both left-hand apexes to try and straighten out that bus stop, and it kind of spits him out much closer to the wall on the outside. All right, we're getting word, Brian, that our leaders next time by will get the white flag. So Baxter Phillips currently leading in his Lotus 7, and we'll try and track where he is, but just about 2.5, a little bit more than 2.5 miles remaining for him.
He may be coming through the bus stop. That may be, is that then him there coming through the bus stop there, maybe?
No.
Kind of hard to tell on the. We'll wait to get that call, but I think he is in that group somewhere as they came through there, because I saw a lot of the waving, blue flags.
Well, there are a lot of blue flags there, but none of those, I don't think any of those are the Lotus 7. Actually, you know what? That might be, now that I look at it. It looks like we got I know we've got Hervey Park and Todd Reed in that group. All right, so Baxter Phillips now coming through and out of turn 10 right now. And yeah, he is actually, that is the blue and white number 676 car should be coming onto the front straight now. And there you see the starter holding the white flag out for.
Actually,
that's why we were picking up, as Baxter Phillips fell back. Chris Domingo, first driver to start lap number 9 in his in the silver CPV 1961 Lotus 7. Then Todd Reed finishing second. They both got around Hervey Park. And David Baxter Phillips, we're going to have to track him down.
He's fallen off, Greg. So he pulled off somewhere, or he has gone somewhere.
Has not crossed the line.
Yeah, haven't heard the call yet, but he has definitely dropped down all the way to 7th. So I think he did cross the finish line, or he hasn't crossed it yet. Still showing him.
No, we're still waiting, and that's because David Gott and Rob Hurley were almost a minute back from the group ahead. So we'll continue to track him. But here coming through the bus stop, this is Chris Domingo. He leads the CPV class, and he now leads this group overall as he took over the lead here on the lap where it matters most, lap number 8. And he's just got a couple more corners to go, and he's got about a 10-car length advantage now over Todd Reed in his EPV Lotus Super 7. And Todd in that EPV class running a much newer vintage. Brian, I would say it's almost new as 1992.
Yeah.
Newer than the Honda Civic we were talking about in the last group.
It's pretty new.
All right, and coming onto the front straight now. There you go, second car in line, taking the win. Chris Domingo. Todd Reed comes across the line. He'll finish second overall, takes the win in EPV. Hervey Park in his Ginetta, the Ginetta G4. He will finish third overall, takes the win in BPV. And we're waiting for the Alpha, and there it is, crossing the line. It is going to be David LeBrun taking the win in TA2 in his 1967 Alfa Romeo GTV. Vince Vaccaro. Now we should see Vaccaro and Josh Brown. They come across the line. There you go. So Vaccaro will finish second in TA2. Brown will finish third in the class. They finish fourth, fifth, and sixth, respectively, overall. And then we'll wait to see. We should have that battle that we saw earlier between David Gott in his Triumph TR4 and Rob Hurley. They'll be coming across the line here momentarily. Let me go and run down the rest of the field here.
I was going to say real quick before you do that, I found Baxter Phillips. He's actually just short of the paddock, so he did come down the pit lane
gotcha.
And pulled up in. So definitely
that would explain why we didn't hear a call over the radio.
Correct. Yep.
All right. So in ITC, Soul Racer in his 1990 Mazda Miata was Paul Molnar. In CPV, we talked about Chris Domingo taking the overall win. Rob Hurley finished second, John Munch third, and Tom Upshur fourth. In EPV, it's Todd Reed, then Marcus Jones, Scott Jansen, and Michael Lawton. And then if we move over to BPV, Hervey Park, Stephen LeBrun, actually Hervey Park, Soul Racer in BPV today. In TA2, David LeBrun, Vince Vaccaro, Josh Brown, and James Wisbon in his 1976 BMW 2002 finished in fourth. In DPV, David Gott, Michael Kurtz, Philip Gott is your field. In ITB, Melanie Mitchell, Soul Racer to take the green. John Studyar, your Soul Racer in DM in his Triumph TR3. In BSH, Steve Hirschenreiter, your Soul Racer. He was in a 1989 BMW 325 IS. That was an E36 machine. And let me see which classes I may be missing. Brian, I think I got them.
I think you got them all.
All right. Excellent. So let's do this. Let's take a quick little break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action here.
We're going to lunch.
Oh, yeah. Hey, we're not going to be taking more action here. It is lunchtime. How do you like that? It's running a few minutes late, so we should be back here. We're going to say for the time being right about 12 noon, but we may push the start a little bit since we finished up late, Brian. And when we come back, we will have VRG Group 4. Those are our racers, both our sports racers, the Lolas, the S2000s, as well as our big bore racers.
Yep.
So stay with us, everybody. We're going to be back in about an hour with more with more action here from Watkins Glen International.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Rolero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. the revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. cold snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroth belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here at BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. cold snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So I highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts. Or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW.
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here at BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back from lunch, and welcome back to Watkins Glen International, where it is the Vintage Racer Group and BMW Club of America's Club Racers here for 2 days of action. I want to thank you so much. And Brian, coming up next, a little bit of a change in the schedule. We'll show that in just a few moments, but we had expected to have for the last time today a combination of our big bore racers and our sports racers. We're going to change things up, split things up a little bit. Going to have just the big bore racers here, and we've got some other schedule changes. We'll talk about that in just a few moments, but we've got the pace car on the pit lane now, Brian, and ready to go for our first race of the afternoon.
Yeah, I tell you what, these guys are going to fire off here. Chris Homer's going to lead on the pole. Michael Dubé, James Glass, and then Damon Jose. So that's your top four going down as they head down into turn one now. Again, this group, we saw this yesterday afternoon, 2 wide, 3 wide in some spots. Drop back a little bit further. Christian Berzins, I tell you what, he got a good run as well out of there.
BMW, yeah.
Yeah, that BMW got a good run there, able to pull up alongside Gilbert Grable in that 22 in that Ford Mustang. I'm going to pull away just a little bit, which allowed, I believe that is Stephen LeBron. In that 240.
The Datsun 240Z, yeah. Exactly. So big difference at the front of the field, Brian, today from what we saw yesterday afternoon is that James Glass in that yellow Camaro ended up giving up a position to Michael Dubé. Dubé was able to beat him down into turn one, and so it is Chris Homer in that beautiful 1964 C2 Corvette in the BPV class. It is then the red number 68 Camaro of Dubé, the 1973 machine, and then we've got James Glass also in a second-gen Camaro, a 1970 chassis, with Damon Jose in the Porsche, sitting just a couple car lengths back and forth.
And these cars here, these are the larger cars, obviously, within our Group 4. These cars, they're used to running this short course. This is really what they're made for, is running this short course. Chris Homer in that Corvette, just as you were talking about, Chris, he's going to lead, Greg, he's going to lead lap 1. Michael Dubé is going to still continue to push second. Now, Dubé's gaining a little bit on Homer as they came out of turn 1 and heading down into turn 2. James Glass is following a little bit further back. And then Damon Jose, as you talked about, in that Porsche, still kind of about 4 car lengths back. Then you've got Christian Berzin in that number 10, in that BMW. Then the Mustang now, Gilbert Grable getting around. Stephen LeBron in that 46 machine where LeBron got it on the start. Grable able to pull back out in front of LeBron in that 240Z. So again, these guys starting to head up through the inner loop now, the carousel, and it looks like that Mustang there of Grable's going to get in front of the 10 there of that BMW. But as they come out, they're going to go side by side. So again, the BMW able to hang that right-hand turn there and that sweeper down through the outer.
Well, and that E30 BMW, it's an E30 M3, Brian, much lighter machine than the Mustang,
right,
and able to actually hug the curbing all the way through the outer loop. But you see there, once things straighten out, this small block Ford power. There are a few more ponies there than the smaller 4-cylinder motor that's in the E30 M3.
Yep. Which will only allow him, especially when we get out of that last turn, out of turn 11, to come down the front stretch. Going to open that up a little bit over that BMW. And Stephen LeBron in that Datsun starting to fall back a little bit. Chris Cuzzy in that 166 machine. There's that Porsche 914-6, that red one, starting to gain a little bit on that Datsun 240Z as they come out of turn 1 and head down the hill, up into turn 2, and they go through that S. As there again, you're going to see, here comes, I believe that is the blue one. That could be Devin Guidra in that number 71 machine. Look him to go around Chris Cuzzy from that 166. So have to continue, see whether or not that holds true. But our front 3 leaders, and there it is. We'll move back to the top there. Michael Dubé setting the fastest lap right now in that Chevrolet Camaro. Tell you what, he's gaining on Homer, Chris Homer in that 49 machine, in that red Corvette, as they come out of the outer loop and head down the short chute there towards turn 10. Give them a second. We'll see as they come out of turn 10 now and head into turn 11. Again, there you see Michael Dubé right on the back bumper there of Chris Homer in that number 49 of that red Corvette. Coming across the start-finish line, we'll see what that gap is now. That gap is now 0.6 of a second, where it was over a second last time. So again, Dubé going a little bit faster, 0.3 of a second faster on that lap than Chris Homer. A little bit further back, the gap to James Glass has opened up by about 0.5 of a second. And then Damon Josa in that 92 in that Porsche 930, about 2.5 seconds back. And then you've got a big gap there between Gilbert Grable and the 10 of Christian Berzins.
Yeah, and so, Brian, it was interesting to see there as Dubé, who, he's working and closing things on the Corvette, and look at this. Are they almost side by side coming in the bus stop? No, it looks
close.
like Homer. Yeah, Homer has had a little bit more in the way of legs there as we watch James Glass in the yellow Corvette, and you could see how wide he pushed through the bus stop, and he lost a lot of time in the bus stop there, Brian. On the previous lap, yes, he lost a little bit of time to Michael Dubé, 3/100ths of a second. Yeah. It was absolutely minuscule, and it looks like the Glass machine, the 37 now, he got a great run through the outer loop, and he's able to pull right up to the back of Michael Dubé, and Dubé actually went to protect going into turn 10, I think a little bit from the Glass car, not so much trying to give a look to the inside on the Corvette of a Homer.
Yeah. Dubé gets a good run out of there, and you can see where the Corvette just powers away down the front stretch. It's when they get down into turn 1 and up into turn 2 is where Dubé and Glass start to reel him in a little bit. It looks like we got a little sun coming out here, Greg. That's going to change it a little bit. Yeah, that's going to change the track a little bit. It's going to get a little hotter. No, I'm kidding. So, again, as they start to battle, James Glass has got to be the one sitting there smiling underneath that helmet going, okay, you two go ahead and battle, and I'm just going to sit here and wait to make my move, which could help, get him up front, because at some point, Homer and Dubé are going to have to start battling.
All right, what I'd like to do, if we can, is actually jump a little bit further back in the action, Josh, and if we want to just hold the camera here for a moment, I think we're going to see him come out of the S's momentarily. Well, actually, no, it's going to be a little bit more. Want to look for Stephen LeBron in the red and white Datsun 240Z, Chris Kazi in his red Porsche 914-6, and then we've got Devin Guidra, who is running in the blue 240Z. Yeah. Here they come now up to the bus stop. all very close running, and I want to give them a little bit of screen time here. And look at that, absolutely gorgeous. And when we say it's a red and white Datsun 240Z, it's in the Planters Peanuts livery there, made famous by Paul Newman, of course, who raced a lot up here in the Northeast, I think primarily at Lomrock, but obviously here in Watkins Glen as well, former SCCA national champion as well. And, we're starting to see that six-cylinder Porsche 914 close up to the back of the straight six Datsun.
Right. Just got note here that we are going to start the BMW the Enduro at 215. So you're going to have another group in between this one and you, but you will be starting at 215. So I think they're just confirming that. But
yep, and we'll make some calls about that, Brian. As I said, actually, let's follow them down here, and here we go, coming down side by side into turn one. See, we picked this up right at the right time. Chris Kazi looking to the inside of the Datsun of LeBron, and he gets the pass made. So then we've got Chris Kazi. He's up to 7th overall, and not a battle in class,
right,
as Kazi is in APH. LeBron in CPV, but right behind them, the two cars behind, Gidra and Smith, not in the same class either. Again, a little bit of an odd mixture here this afternoon.
Hey, you got the two mixtures there, as you talked about with the classes and the cars. They're starting to make some headway. They're starting to pull away from Greg Smith, as where Greg Smith was right there for a couple laps, but now, as you talked about, LeBron and Kazi starting to pull away. Kazi's going to get around LeBron as they start to head down out of the outer loop through the short chute there. They'll be coming up on turn 10 here, and it now looks like LeBron's going to try to make a move and go side by side.
Amazing what the draft can do for you, Brian, and more importantly, what getting a good run through the outer loop can do for you here as the Datsun driver looks to turn the tables, and he, for now, takes over the position. We'll see if he can hold it into turn one, and then maybe we'll jump back to that battle up at the front of the pack, because I think Michael Dubé has really started now to pressure the Corvette of Chris Homer up at the front of the field. All right, so pass made. Let's try to jump back to the battle for the overall lead here, if we can find them. And
they're
here we go.
Just coming out of the carousel.
Yeah, and there you go. Look at this, Brian, as they're coming down the short chute into turn 10. Big changes as Chris Homer in the 49 Corvette. He's going to drop back behind both of the Camaros. So that's going to move Michael Dubé up into the lead, James Glass second, and then Chris Homer in third.
Yeah, I was watching them on the camera when we were talking about the LeBron and the Kazi battle there, and it looks like the last time by, Chris Homer got really, really loose coming out of turn one, headed down up through the S's, and really had to give up some room, and it was when they got him kind of in the bus stop there, so into the inner loop. So that's where they were able to pull away and drop him back by after he had to regather that machine. But looks like he's got it back under control now, so we'll see whether or not Chris Homer is going to be able to get back by James Glass and Michael Dubé. Again, 3 different classes of cars here, but again, a great battle overall, all the way up in the front of this group in this big bore battle. Got them coming out now, getting ready to come down into the inner loop there, Josh. If we can pick that up, and it looks like we've got one car that was probably going to be a little bit slower through there, which really held up Homer, Chris Homer, as they go through. So at that point, it looks like Dubé and Glass are now going to pull away. There you see it now as they come out of the outer loop. But you can see the gap now where Chris Homer was starting to reel in James Glass. He's dropped way back, because I believe that may have been Fred Baroni in that 260 machine and David Gidra in that 71. They kind of came up on them through the inner loop there, and basically Homer had to get completely out of the throttle.
All right, Brian, real quick, while we've got a couple of seconds here during this race, I'd like to bring up the schedule here for this afternoon, because as we alluded to, we've got some small changes here this afternoon. As you can see here, we're doing our big bore race here immediately after lunch. Our next group after that, that's going to be the Formula Ford racers, VRG Group 3. And then we're going to be going to our BMW Australian Pursuit Fun Enduro. And yes, I think we might have a camera for the pit lane as we get ready for that. That is going to be a little bit shorter. I think it was dropped from 90 minutes down to 70 minutes.
Yeah.
And so we'll start at 2:15 today and run through 3:25. We will then have the second portion of the group that's on track right now, our sports racers, the S2000 cars, etc. They'll start at 3:25, and then we will wrap things up, I believe, with a final race for our Formula Fords. All right, so Josh, let's get back to the action.
Tell you what, Josh, let's go ahead and pick up the inner loop here on the camera, because I do believe that is Chris Homer that missed the entry, but I think there's a little bit more to it than just missing the entry into the bus stop. I think he has a problem there, and he has pulled up through the little cut there, and it looks like his day now is going to be done. I do not believe that car is under power at this point.
Yeah, and of course, Brian, we saw him starting to lose pace on the previous two laps as he had dropped behind the two Camaros of Dubé and Glass. And yeah, he is, I think he is going to be there for the duration. Now, we know yesterday we had a car that pulled off there, and they left the car there for the remainder of the race without bringing out a full course caution. They left a local caution for a number of laps until all of the racers had seen it, but they consider that to be a safe spot.
Right, absolutely. Tell you what, that other battle that I'm watching, Greg, and we've been talking about this now for a while. It seems like everybody else is spread out with the exception of two drivers right here, and that is that 46 of Stephen LeBrun and that 166 of Chris Kazi. I tell you what, they're just now coming out of turn 10, headed down into 11, and I tell you what, that battle, it looks like it's going to go all the way to the end. As they come down the front stretch here, it looks like it's going to be, like I said, LeBron's going to lead right now early on, but I think Kazi's going to have to step it up just a little bit more in his back half of this track. We'll have to check them and see where they're at now as they're starting to head down up out of the S's now. They'll be getting ready to come down through the inner loop. And again, we're going to have that, and they may hold it for a couple of laps, but they're going to have that standing yellow down there. So if you've got Kazi looking to make a run there and LeBron, then I don't think he's going to be able to get it done. Looks like he's going to try to move a little driver's right there just to pull out, just to let Stephen LeBron know, hey, I'm still here. I haven't gone anywhere, come through there. So just letting him know.
Let him know, exactly.
And again, I think, as I'm just saying, Greg, I think they'll hold that standing yellow there for a couple laps. I think we've gotten 2 laps now that, Chris
they know he's there.
They know he's there now, so they may drop that next time. But we'll see, because that can end up coming down to the end of the race.
Now look at this. We saw where the Datsun took a really wide entry coming out of the outer loop. And then essentially the Porsche tried to come then down to the inside as the Datsun went and set up drivers right. And I'll tell you, and I can understand it, especially if they haven't raced together much at all. A little bit of hesitation, we'll call it, from the Porsche driver. You saw him kind of move to the inside, look like he was going to jump down to the apex going into turn 10, held back a little bit. Looked again like he was going to go down to the inside. Actually made almost like 2 moves, and the second time around came to the first conclusion, which was, no, I probably ought to wait.
Well, yeah, you're right. I think when they went down into 10, I think that Kazi was going to look like he was going to make that move.
Right.
But remember, we have that track limits there, so you can't go outside that track limits. Yep. And I think that LeBron, when he finally made that pass, moved Kazi out there, and I don't mean physically moved him, but literally ran the line where he had to go out. So,
and once again, the Porsche takes a quick look to the inside, and Kazi, again, not willing to push the issue there, lets the Datsun through. They get back in line. And Brian, we're watching now coming down into the bus stop. And we'll stay on this shot for a moment, but right behind him, we just saw Michael Dubé in that burgundy 68 Camaro, the next time he comes by, he'll get the white flag.
Yeah. Coming through the outer loop right now. There he is on your screen. So, again, as you just mentioned, Greg, next time he comes by the start-finish line, we'll have one lap, which, again, if he doesn't catch up to the Kazi and LeBrun battle, they're getting an extra lap. So that's actually going to be even better.
And I think given the lap time, so Dubé is running lap times right now in the mid-26s or so, with Kazi and LeBrun running in the 33s. It might be kind of close by the time they come around here as we have our leader crossing the start-finish line. There you see it, the white flag in the air. All right, let's try and jump back to that battle between the Datsun and the Porsche, if we can, Josh. And that'll also give us an idea of where they are on track, and it's opened up now. It may be a non-issue.
Yeah, because Kazi's gotten around LeBrun, so
and open up some ground.
It up, right.
And we see now that local caution has been withdrawn as the Porsche 914 of Kazi now and LeBrun in the Datsun coming into the bus stop. And again, they are working now possibly. They're still finishing up their penultimate lap, but the question is whether or not the Camaro here of Dubé gets around them before they get to the finish line. And probably the advantage that they have, Brian, is that we are running the short course today and not the full course.
I was going to say, you're right, and I think Kazi, obviously Dubé's not going to catch him.
Right.
I don't believe he's going to end up catching Stephen LeBrun either by the time they get to the start-finish line. It's coming pretty close, but I just don't believe that's going to happen. So they are going to get another lap. But as you just mentioned there, that battle that was for the entire race has now opened up pretty much to about let's say 4 seconds.
Yeah, I was going to say probably about 4 seconds, almost 15 car lengths. And now the starter switches over from the white to the checker and taking the checkered flag and the win. Michael Dubé, he is your winner. And great run today for the driver of the number 68 Camaro. And the only thing I don't have right in front of me is his hometown. Let me see if I can get that. Here we go. As he is out of Tewksbury. Is that Pennsylvania or is that New York? Somebody in the chat tell me.
Yeah.
Because Michael didn't want to tell me what state he's from, but he has been racing for 30 years, and sure, he is very pleased to get this win, having raced in NASCAR and SCCA previously. And he's
Trans Am and IMSA is what he says. So I don't know if
he says he drove in NASCAR. He said he did some NASCAR as well.
NASCAR and some SCCA Pro Racing.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Also, as well as Trans Am as well. So.
Yeah, very much so. And interestingly, no, he said that, the car was raced in Trans Am and IMSA. And of course, he says that his very first car, Porsche 914. So a big change there in the driving dynamics for Michael Dubé. All right, the rest of the racers come across, finishing second overall. James Glass in his APV Chevy Camaro. Damon Jose in his Porsche 930 will finish third overall, takes the win in APH. Gilbert Grable takes the win in TA in his 1965 Ford Mustang. He finishes fourth overall. Christian Berzins will finish fifth in his ITB 1987 BMW M3. And then that battle we were watching for so long, Chris Kazi in his Porsche 914-6 takes the win in AP. Actually, no, I take that back. He finishes second in APH to Damon Jose. And so finishes sixth overall. Stephen LeBrun finishes seventh overall, takes the win in CPV. Then Greg Smith in TA, Fred Buoni in his Datsun 260Z finishes ninth. Chris Homer, unfortunately, falls back to 10th position, finishes 5 laps down. Daniel Galon, David Gedra finishing 5 laps down and 10 laps down, respectively. All right, gentlemen, we're going to take another quick break, and coming up, we will have more action here from Summit Point. Watkins Glen International here in just a few moments for our joint Vintage Racer Group BMW CCA Club Racing event here at Watkins Glen. I said that already. We'll be right back.
test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. the revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
And welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International for Vintage Racer Group and BMW Car Club of America Club Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, with Josh Ashby behind the scenes here helping us out. And as we get ready, we've got our special guests once again here this afternoon for our Formula Ford race. As I say, if it's Formula Ford, it means we've got Frank and Frank Del Vecchio, and we've got Denny Austin joining us this afternoon and for the first time today. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
All right, so we have coming up what is now going to be, I believe, the final Formula Ford race of the day, as we've had some of our schedule changes here today. And I know we talked a little bit yesterday about changes that you might do for short course versus long course, and I think the option was, or the only thing that you guys said was, well, nothing.
Right.
Wanted to see now that there's maybe the track is a little bit cooler. There's a little bit less of the big yellow orb in the sky. How things are different, maybe, and how these racers might approach things differently with the short course versus the long course, because I would suspect, especially with this very large field, they're going to be in a much tighter pack for, there's less of an opportunity, I think, for them to get stretched out here.
Yeah, no question about it. I was out there this morning, and you come upon a slower car in turn 10 or coming through the fast sweeper in turn 5. And those are low percentage passes, so that maybe you back off a little bit and you lose that time.
Right.
But you save your car.
Right. And so, what would you think for most people as they come out of the outer loop here? Obviously, I think your approach going into the outer loop is much different when you're running the short course versus running the boot and having to set up for the shoot in turn 6. Are these cars going to be equally as happy, you think, pretty much staying to the inside and hugging the curb around there, or are they going to maybe try to diamond off that section of the course? Or
you take a little bit of a different line through that turn. It's a lot of fun. I mean, you come out of that turn, you come through in turn 5. Now that we're eliminating turn 6,
right?
Like a bat out of heck.
I was going to say, and it probably helps. You give it a little extra throttle, you get a little extra rotation from the rear of the car. It sets you up for that short shoot run down into 10.
It's flat out.
All right, so pace car is on the pit lane, and we have our field here, and I think we'll have to check to see. I think we've got Mike Kraus and Robert Dusek on the front row with Tim Hannon and Dan Pinowski there in the second row, but I don't think it matters what row they were on the start because they were already fanned out 3 and 4 wide here as the field comes down into the 90 for the very first time, and this is always, I think, the challenge here. This section of the course as it really narrows down, not necessarily to a one-lane track, but certainly not 3 lanes going up through the S's.
Tim Hannon immediately jumped out into the lead, and he's already pulled about a 3-car length lead.
The field does seem to be settling out well as they are coming into the bus stop.
Indeed, and so that second group we just saw, that is the historic racing.
The Formula Car Club of America.
Formula Car Club of America, right. Thank you. And their series, and much like yesterday, got a separate start. Thank you, Denny.
And everybody playing nice in the in the bus stop, and I think what I was seeing is, as Frank was suggesting, taking a sort of a later apex,
right?
But full throttle, take advantage of the camber of the road, the banking, and just bollocking on down the hill for all it's worth. It goes downhill, so you get a little acceleration too.
Exactly.
So
and again, if you're full on the throttle, I mean, good chance for the draft there, and I think we just saw there, although Hannon had opened up a very large lead at the very start there, he's already under attack coming across the start-finish line to complete lap number 1. And so it's Hannon and Dusek there at the front. Mike Kraus and Pionowski were lined up. Then Stefan Vapa and Doug Beatty as they now come down into turn 2. And again, with the Formula Car group there, that second start, we had that yesterday as well. They run their own separate series, and we'll try and track them as well as they make their way through.
Yeah, that was Trey Dusek seriously contesting first with Tim Hannon. We'll see how he succeeds.
You know, that second group of cars, they run a different tire, and they also can run newer cars, so the aerodynamics are a little better.
Right.
And the tires are a little stickier. Theoretically, they go faster than us, but not necessarily so.
Yeah, and we saw, I think, yesterday that the gaps were fairly consistent over the course of the 20-lap race yesterday. So we'll see here. We see that they are, a little bit further behind, and I think also aided by the fact that they created a very large gap back to the field ahead.
You know, the top 10 Formula Ford drivers, Club Ford, historic in VRG, they can keep pace with anybody, anywhere, in any kind of a car. These are serious racers, and they're doing a fantastic job. We look at the lap times, they're phenomenal.
Trey Dusek has dropped back a bit to fifth. He was making an attempt at first, but it looks like he maybe got caught out, and as a result of through the S's in the bus stop, lost a few places.
Yeah, indeed, and that was actually Stefan Vapa that we just saw run a little bit wide going through turn 1, and same deal as the racers have been, as opposed to watching the NASCAR race a week ago, where every racer is going to go all the way out there towards the wall. The racers have been asked very kindly by Watkins Glen International not to venture all the way out there. And as we saw this morning, some racers will get a furled black flag, basically a little warning that they have to right their behavior a little bit, or they run the risk of actually being brought in down the pit lane during their race. And so I'm sure Vapa probably won't be out there, but that corner is always just so challenging. If you don't get into the groove, if you turn in a little late there, it almost forces you out and over the lip there on the outside.
Now, I was talking to Stefan. He, being a historic Ford, he has to do everything possible to try to optimize his speed onto the straight, and he was trying different lines and should have used second gear, should have used third gear, and how much. And I think if we're seeing anything a little cooler today, maybe he's not quite got the grip he had yesterday afternoon, and he may have got caught out just a little bit.
All right, and it looks like we've got one driver, and he's got his hand in the air. It looks like he might have some mechanical issues.
Yeah, that looked like Dan Panowski.
Oh, my.
Who would be one of the favorites to win this race.
Yeah, indeed, and that is that's the 36 machine, and he has now pulled his car off, it appears, I believe, over by over just across from our turn 2 camera. Wow! Oh, getting very loose at the front is Tim Hannon.
Yeah, buddy.
Actually, I think that was Mike Kraus.
Was that Kraus?
Yeah, I think Kraus had gotten
got around in in the Eldon. Yeah, and it's, I mean, you can tell from the nose and with the front there with, I guess, the two openings, the wider nose.
Yeah, those Eldons are a very short wheelbase car, roughly 6 inches shorter than most Fords, and that is a lot. Oh yes, and they do like to rotate.
I was going to say that it basically is going to actually make that rear end really want to step out there as it rotates around, and obviously then I guess the driver isn't any closer to the rear axle, obviously because of the engine and transmission. But yes, I could see where that would be problematic here. And indeed, we have a new. I think we have a new leader.
Looks like Kraus is second, Hannon leading. Dusek back up to third. Stefan Vapa up to fourth. But a lot of that is because I think Dan Panowski is falling back. I guess he's stopped by now.
Yeah.
In a safe place. Frank Del Vecchio is doing well to get into the top 10, I note.
and by the way, I gave Jordan the handicap because I went out this morning and our transponder didn't work right.
Oh, wonderful. So essentially, because you failed to check that, he ends up starting from the back of the pack. Is that what you're telling us?
He ended up starting 28th position, which really wasn't 28th. There was a couple of cars that didn't show up.
Oh.
But but he certainly started like 22nd. He's already up to 10th place.
Oh my!
So
not a bad. Well, I mean, we saw both. We saw he and also Denny's son move up pretty much in lockstep yesterday.
Well, they're about to do the same thing again. If Jordan can catch up with Leon, the two of them, they know exactly what to do to draft each other to make the best use of every single lap, helping each other move forward through the field.
Jordan needs to get past Mike Clark, who's always a really good driver, and will do everything he can to deny Jordan that opportunity. Ira Nesbitt, I note, in sixth, had a series of odd mechanical issues yesterday. They were sorting the car out, but he's driving very, very well.
Right. Well, I think we had discussed that originally you thought it was a carburetor issue. And
no, that was actually Doug Beatty.
Oh, it was Beatty.
Yeah, so they worked on the carburetor. His starter motor failed. He has to be push started in order to run, so he did that. But again, he's doing fabulously well. He's running fifth right now.
And it looks like, do we have, did Kraus get back around Hannon there as they came?
According to this, Kraus is second, according to our...
That was when they crossed the stripe the last time. I think we do have a change there with the 76 car up front, Tim Hannon second, and Hannon really being pressured by Dusek there as they come into turn 10 with Stefan Vapa just a little bit further behind.
Kraus pulled out again, about 4 or 5 car length lead.
Kraus just passing some back markers. Tim Hannon probably 10 car lengths back with Trey Dusek about 2 car lengths further back.
So what we saw up at the bus stop there is on the previous lap when we were talking about how the rear end of Kraus's car stepped out. Looked as though Hannon had a big issue there coming through by the second left-hand apex. Car pushed very wide. Looked like he had to get out of the throttle. Lost a lot of exit speed there, and ended up losing a number of car lengths and losing some positions.
Well, with this shorter track configuration, that becomes the second longest straight.
Right.
Beginning of the second longest straight, which takes you all the way down to turn 10. So you lose a couple of tenths there, and you've lost several by the time you get to turn 10.
Exactly.
So Kraus with a good lead, gets his car sideways through the bus stop.
Stefan Vapa putting some pressure on Trey Dusek through there. That's a great bunch. That second through fourth is looking really tasty. Very tasty.
And there's the battle right there, as we can see, as they start to fan out just a little bit in the 10, a little bit of hesitation in what is an incredibly high-speed corner there at turn 10. But now they fan out 3 wide.
And they just split around one of the slower cars, passing on the right and the left. That's always thrilling.
Yes. Well, you always want to be predictable and set yourself up right in the center of the course for when oncoming traffic is coming.
Well, it appears that all of that worked to Stefan Vapa's advantage as he passes Trey Dusek.
I was going to say, he ended up picking up the position there. So Vapa in the 97 car now moves up into third position, and we see Trey Dusek. He's in the red Winkleman. He moves back in the fourth.
And I have to say, probably the happiest guy on the track right now is Mike Kraus, who's having his 3 closest competitors dice it out and slow themselves down a little bit.
Yeah, and again, exactly here and where the one track and the one configuration that you probably have to worry about the draft the most is, unless you're on an oval somewhere, that they're fighting it out, and it's allowed him now to open up, good 10 car lengths or so.
Coming up on some back markers now. That's a great looking corner down there.
It is.
Turn 5.
I got to tell you, Denny, I was out this morning. That's such a lot of fun. I mean, there's so much G-forces, and you're just flat out. You put your foot to the floor, and you're rocketing down towards turn 10. And there's a lot of bravery going on right now.
There was a lot of bravery right now as that car cut right across the nose right before turn in. Oh my gosh!
A little bit of pucker factor.
Yeah, there.
Yeah, passing one of the FCCA, not the other group.
Hey, want to welcome Erwin to the chat. Hello, Erwin. He's joining us all the way from the Netherlands.
Leon picked up a slot there. He's going to try to hunt down Ira Nesbitt after he passes Ben Sly.
Tossler got by Jordan Mayer.
Okay.
So that's a battle, and he's not going to catch up with Leon. He started too far back.
Yeah, I know.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, Leon, as you can see there, up in 7th position. With Chip Van Slyke just a little bit further behind. Chip's got a pretty good battle going on right now with Mark Clark as well. I think we're seeing that battle. Actually, they're I think at the tail end of this shot right now.
Shaping up in another really good Formula Ford race here at Watkins Glen.
There you go. And actually, from the looks of it, I think we might have just seen Mark Clark overtake Chip Van Slyke going into the bus stop.
Okay.
This configuration is a lot of fun to drive. I like the long course. You dive down to the toe of the boot, and there's all kinds of first gear and second gear and elevation changes. This is just plain fast.
Yeah, it's just speed.
Yeah.
So how much of this course on the short course would you be in 4th gear typically for this?
Well, you're all the way down in front straightaway. You can shift about halfway up the S's, get to 4th again, so you go all the way down to back straight.
Until you get to the bus stop, which you're down to 3rd again.
Yeah.
And okay.
Yeah, it's pretty much a 3rd, 4th gear deal. Some of us are geared, so you use 2nd gear in turn 1, but that's it.
Just heard a call. Somebody went over track limits in turn 1.
Yeah, that was Mike Kraus.
That was Mike. Okay.
Running a little bit wide there, and again they're waiting until they do it 2 times in close proximity. Then they'll give him a forward black.
Right.
Yeah, Kraus has now dropped back. Tim Hannon's leading this, and Vapa is running 2nd.
Yeah, and Vapa just reset fast lap and lapped about 0.6 faster than Hannon ahead.
Looks like Leon has picked up 6th position now, passing Ira Nesbitt, and I don't know if he's going to be able to catch and beat Doug Beattie, but at this late stage of the race, but he's having a good race, it looks like, and I see Jimmy Van Derzen out there, a friend of ours for many, many years, came out of semi-retirement to run with us this weekend. We have a car at the bus stop. Probably have a
and you'll notice here, not only do we have the one car in the bus stop, but we also have a car facing counter race in the grass. Drivers right. We got word that there might have been some contact between the two of them. One with it appears to be some suspension damage where one of the wheels is off. And so what we're going to have now, gentlemen, is I think we're going to have a quick end to this race as our leaders come by. They're going to get the checkered flag here.
Early checker, just because the track it's got some damage. Your car's in the way.
Right, and if that car is immobile and it's sitting right in the middle of the bus stop, not a place where they want to leave it here. So our starters waiting, and I believe we've got our leaders coming through turn 10 now, or coming onto the front straight. Yeah, and here we go. They're on the front straight, coming into our view now. And checkered flag is in the air, and of course our start cam there is stuttering a little bit.
Stepan Vapa picked up second.
Yeah, got second place. Past
Kraus.
Yeah, Kraus was third. Dusek was fourth.
Doug Beatty
is fifth. Nesbitt sixth. Leon, seventh place. Good finish for him. Good finish.
There he goes. He crosses the line. Chip Van Slyke and Mark Clark with Jordan Bear finishing in 10th.
Awesome. Jordan did a good drive.
All right. Well, there you go. That is going to wrap up the Formula Ford race here, our final Formula Ford race of the weekend. And, gentlemen, I want to thank you, as always, for coming up and joining, since we may not see each other for another 6 months or so.
All right, well, Jefferson 500.
That's it.
You'll
be there.
You'll get the Denny and Frank show.
That's it. I'll bring extra mics just in case. All right. Very good. Thank you so much. Frank Del Vecchio, Denny Austin. And what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Next up is going to be, we've got a little bit of downtime here, of course, because we've got some cleanup of a couple race cars, but scheduled to start at about 12:15 this afternoon. We are going to have our 70-minute, what are we calling this? This is the Austrian Rules Enduro. Not Austrian, Australian. It's Australian Rules Football. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna have a 70-minute enduro for our BMW Club of America Club Racers. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class. and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here at BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. the revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen, everybody. This is Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. And we have on track now, Brian, the first driver of the BMW Car Club America Club Racing Australian Pursuit Fun Enduro. And we're still trying to get a handle on all the rules right now, Brian. But essentially what happens is to start this race, it is a staggered start based on speeds. And the hope is at the very end of what is going to be a 70-minute Enduro, every one of our racers crosses the finish line at the exact same time. That's the be-all, end-all of it.
10 wide. We're going 10
that is right. And so the very first driver to take to the course, we're watching him on track right now, is Thomas Strickler in his Spec E46 machine. If you go and we take a look, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, we did string up a camera. If we take a look at the pit lane, Josh, there we go. You'll see some of our other racers. They are staged up and getting ready to go. And perfect timing, Brian.
Right when he took off.
I think that may be, we'll get the number on the car. I think that may be Todd Brown in his CM machine, although it's yellow, so it may not be. We'll try and track down exactly which machine that is that just went out on course. It's a Porsche, Brian, so it's either going to be, that is likely going to be, given that it's a 911, that's Richard Diasis in his GTB1 Porsche GT3 car that just went out on course. So we'll track these cars, and so essentially what's happening, Brian, they are going to go out on course. The cars that have had the slower lap times over the course of the weekend, they go out first. The cars with the faster lap times, they will then go out and they try to catch the cars that have left the pits before them. Now, there is, I believe, a mandatory pit stop component for this race. It is a 5-minute pit stop. There are some rules around pit stops in BMW Car Club of America Club Racing. We'll discuss that a little bit as we get closer, but we can tell you that you can't go and make a pit stop almost immediately.
Yeah.
You can't do it within the last 5 minutes of the race either. And so, we'll try and track these cars, as I think we now have another car out on track.
No, I think we still have the two. You've got Thomas Strickler and then the Porsche GT3 that you talked about.
No, we've got a third car on course now, Brian.
Oh, did he just come out? Okay.
Yeah, indeed. 2 BMWs and a Porsche.
Okay.
And so the first driver out was Thomas Strickler in the 518 car. Then Diasis, and we'll get the number on the third car as soon as it crosses the start-finish line. It looks to be, was that the 368 of Milan? We'll try and get the number when it comes by here for the first time as it comes out of turn 11.
I believe Strickler's in the gray, number 518.
Right, and he just now crosses the start-finish line.
Right.
We'll have the second car coming through here, the second BMW, in just a moment.
Let's see, Strickler's complete.
It's the 707 of Dave Soma
okay.
and Nicholas Soma that are going to be sharing that car. I'll have to apologize right now, Brian. We don't have the technology to track who was in the car.
Yeah, it looks like we've got couple rides right now are going to be shared.
Yeah.
So not only are you going to have 5-minute pit stops, but during those 5-minute pit stops, you're going to see some driver changes.
Well, 5 minutes should be pretty easy to make a driver change. We also now have on track, Brian, the pink Porsche Cayman S of Michelle Herron and Mark Exton, as they are sharing, as we see more of our racers on the pit lane starting to queue up. And then there's that beautiful 4x4, Brian. I would have thought that car would have been
the fastest car of the weekend.
Right. I thought that would have been one of the first ones to go out today. Not so much.
Well, they're the fastest because they can cut through and take underneath the tunnels.
Yeah, that is true.
Else. So they don't actually do a complete full lap. They cut the tunnels and come back up underneath. So a couple side-by-sides that are down there, and a lot of them are teams, and they have there. So kind of interesting. You've got, as you were talking about, Michelle Herron and Mark Exton in that 124 in that Porsche Cayman. They just completed and came down to go out on their their flyer first lap. Then you had a couple cars that were released from pit road. So now you've got 3 of them. Here they come now up out of the S's, all 3 of them. So I'm not sure which one is in the 124, which driver, whether it's Michelle Herron or Mark Exton. I would assume the first driver listed is the first person in the car to start. Usually how we do it here at timing and scoring when they load them in there. So I believe that could be Michelle in that car right there. She's going to be in that battle there again to try to get away from those other 2 competitors right now. And I think once it all starts to shape out, once all cars have been released, I think that's when we'll know where the battles are.
Well, and I think the car that was released after the pink Cayman, I believe that's Rich Brainerd in the 183 BMW E46. We'll verify that in just a moment here. We believe that there are 11 entries here for this race today. And again, this race is going to run 70 minutes in length. And after that, we'll end up having our I believe our final VRG race of the afternoon.
Yeah, so the 9th car is just released, so I believe we're only going to have 10. So I know we've got 11 on the board, but I think only 10 are going out.
All right, well, why don't if we can take a look at the pit lane, Josh, again real quick, you'll see that there is only 1 car remaining. And
unless the golf cart 4-wheel drive cart is going to be the 11th one, which
quite possibly, and I believe that is the 846 CM machine of Todd and Sean Brown, that is on the pit lane. And so we'll see. They will likely be released in just a few moments. Each one of our drivers showing to be a lap down. Josh, we can go back now to there you go to on course action. And I think we're already seeing where the 2 BMWs there in very close proximity. Again, not on the same lap currently.
Right, exactly.
And they're also getting up to the Porsche.
Yeah, it'll take a while to once everybody gets released, everybody goes out, then that's where we'll see who's completed what lap and everything else. So that will definitely take some time. Totally.
Yeah, so we see right now, Brian, that in 3rd position, the David and Nick Soma in the 707 car on the same lap as the drivers in 4th position. Currently about 50 seconds separate the 707 IS BMW 325 from the Porsche Cayman. So that pink Cayman is actually on the same lap as the car ahead of it. Rich Brainerd, who's in the E46 330 CI that was directly behind the Porsche, is technically a lap down. It wants to unlap itself. The BMW behind it is a lap down from there.
Well, the 707 is now on pit road, so I don't know if they're having a problem or whether or not they're taking their 5-minute mandatory stop now.
Well, they've been out, Brian, they've been out for over 5 minutes, and I think they're taking their stop, so we'll likely see them on the pit lane for 5 minutes. Now, I guess now is the time that we have to talk about what constitutes a pit stop. And the cars need to be on the pit lane at a standstill for 5 minutes. That clock starts when the wheels stop on the car. If they do not complete that 5 minutes in the box, they will get a penalty. And the penalty is incredibly harsh, Brian. That in BMW CCA Club Racing, and this is why we weren't necessarily sure if all of these pit stop rules would apply, but typically in BMW CCA Club Racing, the pit stop penalty, harsh, that you would have to come back down the pit lane, you would have to serve a 5-minute, basically do your pit stop again, and then serve a 2-minute penalty. And so it ends up being essentially a 7-minute pit stop
That's an expensive pit stop.
It is. Indeed it is.
And I'm not sure if the 707, I think the 707 is having a problem.
Yeah, because it just came and stopped and then went back out. Yeah, so yeah, quite possibly.
Yeah.
So I don't know how they treat that, Brian. If they treat that as a pit stop that didn't end, or again, as the car is just going to pit in later. But here, as we check on the timing and scoring, we do have now the Somas in the probably not the Somas in the 707 car, but I think Brainerd in the E46 car have gone and I believe gotten around the Porsche of Michelle Herron and Mark Exton. We'll check that the next time they come by. As you see, the pit lane there, the end of the pit lane is empty. We'll when we see some drivers come down to the pits, we'll go there next.
Yeah, it looks like the 707 there, David Soma Jr. and the Nicholas Soma, looks like that Enduro for that car today is done. They have made that right-hand turn to go down back behind the wall to come back up the access road behind the paddock. So it looks like they were definitely having a problem, and the crew that was there has now left and gone back as well. So that would be one down. I will tell you that we were watching on the pit lane there, Todd Brown and Sean Brown's car has now been released out. That's them there coming through the bus stop.
All right, and so we've got Richard DeAssis in the Porsche GT3 Cup car, Brian, lapping at 11 seconds faster than the 518 E46 of Thomas Strickler. We'll see the next time it comes by, is now technically on the lead lap. That's the yellow Porsche, about a minute 13 behind. So not on, it's on the same lap and it just unlapped itself. So we'll see how things play out here as we see the Porsche now coming out of the outer loop, and when it crosses the start-finish line, we'll find out what the gap is to Strickler. Obviously, what the Porsche wants to be able to do is, since it's already unlapped itself, be able to get past Strickler and pick up a position on track. Absolutely.
Basically, I got to go around the entire circuit and get back by him.
Right.
Yep.
All right, so DeAssis now, they cross the line. Again, another lap in the minute 22 range, and so is a minute 2 behind the Strickler car. And so the goal with about 42, 43 minutes remaining is to make up that full minute. The fact that it's knocking out, the Porsche is knocking out 10 or 11 seconds per lap, Brian, not going to take many laps to get it done.
No, absolutely. Dan Mark in the 116 is on pit lane. They're checking some tire pressure, stuff like that. So that looks like, Greg, that is a full pit stop there for them. They're taking their time and clicking on the timer, so we'll see. But has to stay there by at least 5 minutes there. We'll have to see if that continues. But, yeah, the 116 there is sitting on pit lane, kind of just taking their time, looking around the car, making sure everything's okay. Again, resetting some tire pressures. Got that clock on there. As soon as the wheel stopped on that BMW, you saw his crew member, only one, so they're not doing a 4-tire stop in fuel, but just checking everything out just periodically, making sure everything's okay before he goes back out.
That's what you would call a 4 corners inspection, Brian.
He's gone around the car 3 times.
He's pretty. Nothing fell off. We're good.
And I don't know if this. I mean, this could be the regular pit stop here, right? And we'll get back over to the racing action as we're talking about it. But they're looking inside the car, trying to rock the car actually, to try to get it to move. So I don't know if it's stuck in gear or something when he came in, but definitely taking its time, and I think it's going to be probably in that 2.5, 3 minute range right now. So our fastest car on the racetrack, as you know, you and I were talking about it earlier, Greg, is that Todd Brown, Sean Brown machine, that 8:46 machine based off of lap times. They've completed 2 laps now, but again, they are exactly 15 seconds faster than right now our overall leader per lap.
Right, and lapping at about, but also only lapping at about 3 seconds faster than the Porsche GT3 car.
Right.
And considering that it is currently 6 laps down from the Porsche, that's going to be a very difficult. Yeah, we're all.
Hold on.
I forgot my abacus sound effect,
right, exactly.
which I really need. But that's going to be kind of a difficult charge to make
tough,
through the field. You know, it's going to be a lot easier, I think, for the Porsche to get up to Strickler's Spec E46, as we've seen that it's about an 11-second delta there per lap. But here, as we watch that beautiful BMW E46 machine through there with the B46 motor, and it's absolutely flying on course. It's just a lot of laps.
So we took the average lap times of everybody through the whole entire weekend, right? The Porsche,
we would think. I don't want to speak for.
No. I'm just saying on average, right? Yeah. Based off of what we saw from the startings, do you think that maybe the Porsche, the GT3 car, held back during the weekend?
A little sandbagging.
Yeah, let's go win the Enduro.
I don't know if the trophy's any bigger or the prize is any larger, Brian.
Since it has the word "fun" at the end of it.
Yeah, that's exactly. Remember, this is for fun. Right. Although I guarantee you're going to get a lot more camera time right now.
Yeah. Yep. Rich Brainerd just now went by the start-finish line now, so he's completed 7 laps. So we're getting there. Again, we talked about Richard Diassis. I'll tell you what, as you just said, Greg, 12 seconds that lap faster than Thomas Strickler.
Yeah. Well, the gap now down to 27 seconds.
Yeah, he just went by the start-finish line now.
Right.
And Strickler is all the way up, I believe, coming through getting ready to come through the inner loop.
Yeah, indeed.
Already.
And so that's the gap there. Now, if we take a look, Brian, at it currently running in third, and we have Michelle Heron and the Heron and Exton Porsche Cayman, which is the pink Porsche. Mm-hmm. We have Rich Brainerd Spec E46, and also the Tom Grady Tyler Pappas machine, the 183 car, the 24 car. They are now, I believe, more or less on the same lap. We have Grady, the Grady and Pappas car, the 24 car, only 20 seconds back from the 183. And I think when we see the 183 cross the start-finish line, it'll end up showing up as being on the same lap as Heron. So still a pretty good distance back.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's the 183 car now passing. And so, yes, about 55 seconds separating Brainerd and the pink Porsche.
Well, Dan March just went back out on the racetrack, so that definitely was their 5-minute pit stop.
Right.
Sat there. I had it timed a little bit longer than that, but I guess he didn't want to make another 7-minute pit stop,
right.
Make it a total of 12. Yep. So it looks like the 116 has completed that, definitely completed that 5-minute pit stop. Again, now it's full all the way out. He's already made that pit stop. He's only completed 4 laps.
Yeah, but
as our leader has completed 7. So, with that car being where he was from a time perspective.
And with March running a minute 49, laps in the minute 49 range or thereabouts, given that it's actually probably less than that because he crossed the stripe the last time on the pit lane. So actually with his fastest lap is down at a minute 27.
Yeah.
So let's call it a minute and a half.
Right.
Okay, so we're looking at what, basically looking at about 3, maybe 4 laps, 3.5 laps lost during the pit cycle.
Right. There goes the 183 Richard Brainerd. Here comes Dan March now crossing the start-finish line. And there's your overall leader, Thomas Strickler, crossing the start-finish line right there. And Greg, you were talking about our second place car in that GT3 and that Porsche. Yeah, that lead now is just under 5 seconds. So it's dropped over the last 3 laps from 27 seconds, obviously, down to just under 5. Here he comes right now. So.
And Rich Brainerd just put in his personal best time, Brian, at a 1:27.579. Only made up about 0.2 of a second on the Heron Porsche, on the pink Porsche ahead. So again, not making up a lot of ground, and still about 20 seconds back from there, as we see the yellow Porsche starting to make its way through some of the slower traffic.
Yeah. Just went by the 5. Oh, and we got one. I think that's
the brown car.
Yeah,
that's Todd Shawn.
Yeah.
The 846 machine running a little wide coming out of the bus stop.
There is no track limits there out of the bus stop other than that grass, and that's not where you want to be. Able to collect it and gather it back up, and now he's gonna end up going by right now, sitting there, Thomas Strickler. That's our overall leader. But yeah, I think that was just a product of trying to get into the turn at the same time to exit the bus stop. Really nowhere to go. Basically, just ran it wide, pushing the car as hard as it can go.
And of course, Todd out of Culpeper, Virginia, and has been racing for 30 years. Sean is the son, I believe, and I think somebody pointed that out to us in the chat yesterday. And this car, Todd has 5 BMW CCA Club National Championships to his name. Hey, so we've got Go Buffs 1993 in the chat again here today, and he did indeed say, Brian, that the first driver listed is on our timing and scoring is the first driver to get in the race car.
Good. Okay.
And pit stop penalties are issued after the race, short time plus 2 minutes at a minimum. Penalty usually enough to move them back enough in class. However, this is a non-points fun race. There we go.
So we're not going to make them come back down and sit on pit road, or not give them a drive through. They're going to do any penalties after the 5 minutes that you don't go through. If you cut it short, it gets assessed after the fact.
So want to thank Go Buffs 1993 for helping us out here as we're trying to piece together the normal BMW CCA endurance rules, along with what constitutes the Australian rules football fun enduro.
I'm still liking the kicking the football in a bucket. You got to come in for 5 minutes and kick the football in the bucket, or kick the ball in the bucket before you're allowed off pit road. Now that would be fun to watch.
Yes.
Racing plus trying to kick the ball in the bucket.
All right, so we have Michelle Heron then on the same lap as Rich Brainerd, as Tom Grady. Grady in his B-Mod E92 M3, now only 12 seconds in arrears of the Brainerd car, picking up at about 2.5 seconds a lap, Brian. I really need... It's a good thing I'm not a strategy guy for endurance racing, but we've got now on the pit lane, this is coming down the pit lane, the 124 machine. We'll try and get a camera on it in just a minute.
So that is Michelle Heron. Yep, you're going to go ahead and do it. And it looks like Mark Exton is going to get in that car. So it looks like we are going to have a potential driver change coming up. Again, it's 5 minutes, so they're going to come in, change drivers. Yep, they are doing a driver change. So again, Michelle getting out of that car right now. And then you've got Mark Exton getting ready to get in that car as well. So we'll see. Again, 5 minute pit stops. Other crew members can help them get in and get buckled in, change out the padding of the seat. You can just did a lot of padding of the seats there and remove that
Josh, why don't we go over to the pit stop there and see what they're doing as they're trying to make that driver change, trying to get the driver in and out.
Yeah, they removed basically, Greg, they removed the entire,
seat
and I don't want to say the seat, but yeah, the seat cushion out of that.
I mean, commonly when you've got a car that is built for sprint racing, Brian, and you've got drivers of two different heights, that's how you're going to do it.
We wouldn't have to worry about it. We wouldn't have to change cushions. We could just both get in the same cushion.
No. Oh, yes.
We wouldn't have to remove the backrest part or the cushion down below. We'd be able to get it. So there you can see, I mean, again, it's 5 minutes. You can take your time.
You can make sure it's right.
You've got a crew member over there with a watch. They're looking to see what the time is.
And obviously they're not fuel. None of these cars really need to have fuel. So there you go, as they're still working to get that car in. Let's go back to some of the other action here for a moment, Josh. And I think we have somebody else coming onto the pit lane. We'll check that out in a moment.
And we're getting a signal getting ready to come out to the 24 machine. So the 24, Tom Grady, look for him to come down pit road this time. I saw a crew member, looks like the driver that's getting ready to get in that, which is Tyler Pappas, came out with his little pit stall sign to bring him in so they could do that driver change. We have Thomas Stickler on the pit road as well. So you can see he has taken and opened the door, get some air in there, take that helmet off, and then again, when you got 5 minutes, Greg, you can take that off and do it. You can see there with the door open.
Yeah, so they'll be again sitting there for a couple minutes since they're not doing a driver change. A little bit more resting and relaxing, Brian. There.
Yeah. Again, he went through. So we are halfway, Greg. So we've got halfway left to go here. So I think we're only going 60 minutes.
I guess 60 and 7 instead of 70.
Yeah,
so let's do this, Brian. What we're going to do, we're going to take a quick little break. We'll come back with more action here in just a few moments. And it's what, 2:47 now? Tell you what, we will be back right around 2:55 p.m. with more action here from Watkins Glen and the Australian Fun Enduro.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen, everybody. It is Greg Ginsburg and Brian Donati for Vintage Racer Group and the BMW Car Club of America Club Racing. And we have Brian on the pit lane, and they pulled into the pit lane, I think, right as we were going to break. This is the number 24 B-Mod machine, the E92 M3 of Tom Grady and Tyler Pappas. And they took their time, Brian, as they came onto the pit lane there, because they had 5 minutes and realized it wasn't going to take that long for a driver change. And so I think Tom Grady out of the car, Tyler Pappas in, and they've got just a few more minutes remaining on their pit stop as we go back to more of the action. Let's check in with the order here.
Well, I was going to say we also have Todd and Sean Brown on pit road. They're at the other end of pit road. That's going to be hard to get from the camera, but they've got the hood up on that, so they're letting that get some air into that. We also have the 88 of Mark Wetzel on pit road, just now coming down to pit road, so he's going to do his 5 minutes.
Okay.
He has no crew there, so he's just going to go down there and park it and kind of hang out.
Hang out, exactly. You know? All right, so Brian, we do have a change because up at the front of the field, we do have, and some of this may have to do with the pit stops, Richard Diasis in his the yellow Porsche GT3 Cup car. That machine is now up at the front of the order, showing 3 laps up from the rest of the field, as we now have the 24 machine of Grady and Pappas heading back out on track. They're heading down the pit lane now, and so Brainerd in the Spec E46, the 183 machine, showing as running in second position. Dave Ellman in his Power 4 E46 M3 running in third position.
Yeah, and I'm showing 3 cars not making a pit stop as of yet. That's the 013 of Richard Diasis, the 183 of Rich Brainerd, and the 527 of David Ellman, which is our top 3 cars. So they have not been on pit road for their 5 minutes that they need to sit. So we're right around 23 minutes left to go. So they're going to have to think about this strategy. When do you come in? When do you sit here for 5 minutes, make any changes? None of them have another driver, so there's no driver changes for that. So they'll be able to just kind of go in and relax there for that 5 minutes, let the car cool off a little bit. But those are the top 3 right now as far as laps, and they have not pitted yet. So
okay, Brian, and we see now. We mentioned that the Brown car, the Todd Brown, Sean Brown car, had come down the pit lane. Hood was up in the air. Looks like they are now getting underway and heading back down the pit lane and heading out.
Yeah, so they've completed their 5 minutes, their pit stop. So again, they'll go back out again. They're 10 laps down to the leader. I don't think Diasis is going to have to sit for that 5 minutes, Greg. I don't think that's going to be 10 laps.
No. Well, I think we've already discussed at the times that they've been putting in, even with the slight, we judged it initially on like an E46, a Spec E46 lap time like Dan March was running, and we see what the Browns are running. The Browns are running down in the 117 range, so about 10 seconds faster. But now we're talking maybe 4 laps.
Yeah. Yep. Here comes the 527 now on pit road. So David Ellman getting down there. We'll see again. I have not seen the leader come down pit road yet for that. So again, they're going to wait till the last possible moment. Neither has the 183. Richard Brainerd has not been on pit road. So again, we're going to play that strategy, but I'm not, if my math is correct, I'm not seeing 10 laps even at a lap time of 117s, 118s versus a 121, 122. That's a little under about 4 seconds a lap. I'm just not seeing them being able to get that entire 10 laps made up.
All right, Brian. So there we go. We see just sitting on the pit lane and literally just sitting on the pit lane, the 527 Power 4 E46 machine of Dave Ellman, and then also, as you mentioned, the other M3 sitting on the pit lane, and that is, who did we say that was?
That's actually the 88 there,
88.
Michael Wetzel.
Wetzel, right.
Sitting down. He's been there for a while, so his 5 minutes is going to be, here comes our leader now, Greg. There's the 013. So now he's going to be sitting there coming down to his crew, which is the same crew that did the other one. They're going to change that driver. So it looks like Diasis does have another driver that potentially could be getting in that car. And I'm wondering, they're doing a driver change there. So we don't have who the second driver is on the timing and scoring, but they are doing a driver change. You can see the driver that looks like they may be getting in is checking the tire pressures and everything else right now, getting ready to do it. And it looks like, Greg, they are going to do some fuel. So it looks like they're going to change fuel. So maybe they're not doing a driver change. The driver has to get out.
I think they're right. Exactly. The driver has to get out of the car. They have to have a fire person there. You can see them alongside. And this may be the only car, Brian, that actually requires a fuel change in order to be able to make it the distance.
Yep.
And you can see the BMW Club officials asking the fireman to stand a little bit further away.
Yeah, so again, as they get done with that fueling, and then the driver's going to end up having to get back in. That will be, we'll see. But yeah.
So they had 3 laps on the 183 Brainerd car, and Brainerd in his Spec E46 was the first car to take the track today, Brian. And so far, other than Richard Diasis in the Porsche, none of the other racers have been able to get up to and pass that Spec E46.
Well, Brainerd has yet to pit.
That is true.
So he still has to come in for a 5-minute pit stop. And just as we say that, Greg, he's just now coming down the pit lane here.
Okay.
So we'll see where he pulls in and he parks. But right now, he is just now going past the 013. I would assume he's going to pull down in behind the 517. Yep, he's going to pull over there in pit stall 16 right there. So, again, I'm sure they have timers inside their cars. As soon as they stop, they hit that button so that can give them their countdown and their timers for this. But the 527 still sitting on pit road. That's David Ellman. Again, he's completing his 5 minutes. We had our overall leader, Richard Diasis, in there. They're refueling that car, getting that done. As soon as that's done, he'll climb back over the wall and get back.
And the 183 completely ruins my shot there by rolling forward about 3 feet there in the pit stall. But it looks as though that pit stop has finally begun for Rich Brainerd. Now Brainerd had a lap on Thomas Strickler, who was behind, and so we're thinking that most likely when Brainerd comes back out, he is going to drop down through the order and probably lose at least 1 position, possibly 2.
So here's a question for somebody in the chat, okay? I'm going to ask this question. So when the 183, Richard Brainerd came in on the pit road, he fully stopped. Then as you turned the camera and got on there, the car rolled forward.
Right.
Does that reset the 5-minute clock?
Well, good question. I
know you need to get off the brakes a little bit, because if not, you could
exactly
hotspot the.
And my guess is, he's still sitting in that pit stall. It's not like he's. I think the bigger issue is whether or not you end up leaving the pit lane and heading out on track.
Okay.
I would again, I'm not a race official, but I would suspect that he's probably in good shape.
And again, our Porsche GT3, that 013 machine, Richard Diasis, still leading overall now. Still got 2 laps on. Richard Brainerd, who's still sitting here on pit road. Thomas Strickler in the 518. In that he's completed 20 laps, so he's 3 laps down to the leader overall. But now you can see the 013 is going to get back in the car. Now they're buckling the driver back in right now after they've done that refueling stop. So should be getting ready to take them and send them back out momentarily as the crew gets over. Going to crawl back in the passenger side window there. Try to do another adjustment on that car.
Yeah. And that was the fire person. We just missed as they were trying to buckle the driver back in.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was pretty clear that something else was there, and I'm sure we could tell where the timer now is telling them how long to hold until they go back out. The fire person, there we go, and their pit stop is now done, and they are back underway.
And the driver in the black and the pink, that is actually Michelle Herron standing there. She got out of the pink
Porsche.
The pink Porsche, the Cayman there. So Mark Exton in that. She got out of that Cayman. So that's part of that whole group there.
All right, so that pit stop now done as Diasis rejoins, and Diasis will rejoin Brian now 2 laps up on Brainerd, who is sitting on the pit lane with probably another minute or minute and a half remaining in their pit stop.
Now what that does is that puts Thomas Strickler on the same lap, but he's got to go the entire way around. Then you've got Tyler Pappas in that 24 machine. He's just now coming through the bus stop, heading into the outer loop there. That will put him, when he crosses the start-finish line, depending on when Brainerd leaves pit road, that should put him on that same lap as well. But again, in order to get through there, Tyler Pappas is going to have to go completely all the way around if they're to move up. Dan March also in that lap 20. Dave Ellman in that 527. He's at lap 19. Todd Brown, Sean Brown in there. Again, they have made up some time, Greg. They've got 18 laps. Again, still waiting for Brainerd to leave pit road. As soon as he leaves, we'll see. That's actually going to move Thomas Strickler up into second place overall. Again, waiting on Brainerd to leave. Now you've got Tyler Pappas. He's going to come across the start-finish line here, and he's going to start his 22nd lap. So he's moved up into fourth, going to go around the Mark Exton machine in that 124. There goes Rich Brainerd now off of pit road. So, Greg, that completes the entire pit stop. So if you come down on pit road now, it's for another reason.
Right.
Everybody has completed their 5-minute pit stop. So now it becomes a battle of lap time.
And Sean Brown is now reset fast lap, Brian, in the C-Mod E46, the B46 power machine. Now that machine, unfortunately, has now only completed 19 laps, sitting down in 9th position currently. It is lapping about 6 seconds a lap faster than Michael Wetzel's M2 Spec machine ahead. So we'll try to check the next time they cross the stripe. Next time Todd Brown crosses the stripe, we'll see what the gap is.
And we're right about 12 minutes to go.
So let's do this, Brian. Let me make I'm going to make a call to the grid for our VRG group, and I believe our last, actually second to last group of the, or is it the last group of the day?
Should be the second
to last group, exactly. All right, let me do that. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for VRG Group 4A, our sports racers. Please head to the grid. VRG Group 4A, please start heading to the grid. You are scheduled to be on track in just about 20 minutes.
again, still Richard Dias's leading, Greg. I don't see Strickler going to definitely, get up there. So it could be that strategy to pit during that time and get as much as you can, knowing how long it would take to refuel the car, get the driver back in and then go out, really setting up that strategy.
Yeah, indeed. And so, we're seeing Pappas in the 24 B-Mod car, the E92 M3. He's lapping about 10 seconds a lap faster than Strickler. And so being a lap down we have what, Brian? We've got about 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah,
that's going to be kind of tough. We may be locked in here. Now, we did get word that that Sean Brown in the C-Mod E46 was getting a furled black. I mean, it's pretty clear that Sean is trying to make up for lost time, literally, and opened up turn 1 and has made a couple runs off to that runoff area over the top of the curbing on the outside of the 90, and going to be getting a furled black. Pretty much, again, a little warning from the teacher that that you're running astray of the rules. So we'll track that and see, because that could impact things a little bit more as time goes on. But currently, the 846 machine running 9th out of 9 cars still on track.
Yeah. Again, the 707, David Soma Jr. only completed 3 laps. They definitely had a problem when they brought that car down on pit road. Made that right-hand turn, went back to the paddock. So ended their day early, never even got to their pit stop or any type of strategy. Again, based on the times, I think you're right, Greg. We may be set here in this standing. The only thing that I could see is Tyler Pappas definitely, could catch Thomas Strickler in that 5:18 from a laps perspective and could move him up in the second. I think Mark Exton, based off of timing, lap times, not sure he's going to be able to catch Strickler. I think, if anything, he may end up just sticking there in 4th. Richard Brainerd, again, could be in that same position where they may move up one position, but that's probably going to be about it.
Brian, we're ruining the drama.
We are.
10 minutes to go until nothing's going to change. Don't bother sticking around.
Well, no, stick around, because you never know. Just because we say it doesn't look like it, again, based off of lap times, and we all know that your math and my math sometimes isn't the best, and
very
so
poor.
We look at this, and next thing you know, there ends up being drama on the racetrack somewhere along the way. So, 846 now is going to get called down for a drive-through.
A drive-through penalty. So adding insult to injury for Sean Brown. Apparently that furled black flag was not enough. And Sean Brown, who has completed 22 laps, is 6 laps down from our leader. May end up losing another one, but certainly going to lose a lot of time, because the pit lane here at Watkins Glen, Brian, although it is not Road America long, it's still
pretty long,
expansive. Yeah. As they have somewhere around the lines of 41, 42 pit stalls.
Yeah. Sean Brown just now entering in turn 10, so we'll see whether or not he ends up making that trip down pit road now, or they just do it after the fact. So 7 minutes. Yeah, got about 7 minutes remaining right now. Again, Richard Dias is leading in that Porsche GT3. 5:18, that's Thomas Strickler in that E46.
The Spec E46 car, exactly. And Tyler Pappas, he's on the same lap as Strickler, but would have to make up over a minute here in 7 laps. And right now, Pappas is lapping at about 11 seconds a lap faster.
It is very possible he could do that with 6.5 minutes left.
Yeah. It would be very, very close.
Yep. again, going to be a pretty good battle. There's a 22-second battle, between our 5th place and our 6th place. The 183 there, Richard Brainer and Dan March in that 116. Again, those are pretty similar lap times within 0.3 of each other. So that's going to be hard for Dan March to make up unless Richard Brainer has a slip or, gets loose after, 40-some minutes, 50-some minutes in the car. Those tires start to go away.
Tension in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group, VRG Group 4A. Our sports racers, you're scheduled to be on track in about 15 minutes. VRG Group 4A. Please, our sports racers, please start heading to the grid. You're scheduled to be on track in about 15 minutes.
Wait here and see kind of where we are. Like I said, we're right at that 5-minute mark. So again, everybody has made their pit stops here in this Enduro. So pretty much no other pit stops needed coming down here. Again, Richard Diassis in that 013 in that Porsche GT3 leading. He's got 3-lap lead over Thomas Strickler. Then you've got Tyler Pappas in the 24 machine. Again, still a lap down now to Strickler. So as we were talking about it with Greg, he's going to have to make up well over a minute. It was 1 minute and 7 seconds last time. We'll see what that has dropped down to now for second and third. But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough there for Tyler Pappas to It's going to be too much for Tyler Pappas to overcome if they want to catch Thomas Strickler right now. Waiting for Pappas to come by the start-finish line. There he is right there. It's down to 41 seconds with 4 minutes. That is going to be tough. I mean, it's a 12-second.
And the last lap was about 12 seconds, but, again.
4:36, that's 3 minutes. Ooh, that's going to be, I think he's going to end up falling.
Yeah.
Probably about a 15 seconds short.
I was just going to say probably around 25 car lengths back at the end.
So 3 minutes at 1 minute and 20-some seconds. That's really, that's two, I'm doing the math in my head right now. So that's probably 3 laps they have left. I just don't think he's going to be able to cut 41 seconds out of 3 laps.
Yep, we brought lots of video equipment. Did not bring the abacus this weekend.
Yeah, the only thing that got left behind in the other bin.
All right, look at this. Is the Diassis car, the 013, our current leader, being hounded a little bit? Is that?
He just made a pass over Dan March.
Dan March,
yeah.
Exactly.
So, although March got a great run through the bus stop.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, got a good run through the bus stop. Catch that draft coming through there.
Very good handling car, just doesn't have the straight line speed of a GT3 Cup car.
Yeah. Like I said, coming out of turn 11 now, that starting to pull away, Greg, as you just said. And I can look out here out the window, and I can see the crew talking to them on the radio, letting them know how much time is left, just under 2.5 minutes. So we talked about the Tyler Pappas, Thomas Strickler. That's now down to 28 seconds, Greg. So he reeled off almost 20 seconds, about 16 seconds, as we talked about that.
Yeah, and we're starting to see where Rich Brainerd has pulled within 40 seconds of Mark Exton. The 124 car of Exton, the pink Porsche came in, and then we've got the E46 of Rich Brainerd, and I think Rich has a friend here in the chat. We've got Heather Brainerd, I assume they're.
Yeah. We should probably stay here because here is our leader in that 013 machine. The next time he comes by the start-finish line, they're going to get the white flag with 1 to go. So he will be working his last lap as they cross the start-finish line. Just now coming out of the outer loop, getting ready to head down in towards turn 10. Gets through turn 10 right there. Come through into turn 11. Getting ready to come up underneath that bridge. And there you see it. There is the white flag for Richard DeAssis in that GT3 Porsche Cup car, Greg. I tell you what, pretty much dominated again, and they started middle of the pack when this race began, so that strategy definitely paid off.
All right, let's jump back, if we can, to Strickler and Pappas, the 518 and the 24, if we can, because the gap was about 15 seconds when they started the previous lap. They're coming through the bus stop now, I believe, and there, Brian, that's
Pappas. That's Pappas in the front car.
Is it Pappas in the front car? So he's already gotten around Strickler.
No, he has not. No, Strickler is just now coming through the short chute, getting ready to head up into turn 10. So that gap is right there. There goes Strickler into 10. Here comes Pappas getting ready to enter into 10. So with one more lap to go, he may catch him.
Well, let's see, because the gap was 15 seconds when the last lap was completed. He had been lapping at about 11 seconds faster per lap.
It's down under 4.
There you go, so 4 seconds. So let's jump coming out of the final corners now. And there he is right now, Rich DeAssis, in his GTB1 Porsche GT3 Cup car, coming to the line, and there it is, checkered flag in the air. Richard DeAssis will win the Australian Fun Enduro here for the BMW Club of America Club Racing. We're going to watch, and as a couple of our other cars have now completed their race, but let's watch this battle. Thomas Strickler will come in second in his 518 car.
Actually, he will not. Thomas Strickler's not going to get second, Greg, because Pappas just now passed Strickler going into the bus stop.
All right, well, there you go. Coming across and coming out of the bus stop, so he did get to him. So move Tyler Pappas up in the second position, move Strickler back into third. Mark Edston in the pink Cayman was about 40 seconds in arrears, and we don't see him in the shot. He's not going to get there.
Nope.
So if all things hold right now, there you go. There is the white E92 M3, the B-Mod machine of Tyler Pappas and co-driver Tom Grady. As they come into the final corner, they are going to take second here in the Australian Fun Enduro. Thomas Strickler will finish in third in the number 518 E46 machine. And, Brian, it's just, what can you do there? That's the pace of the car, and they'll finish third, but a great run as Mark Exton, with co-driving with Michelle Herron, will take fourth in their GTB1 Porsche Cayman. Rich Brainerd in his Spec E46 machine will finish fifth. Dan March, also in a Spec E46, will finish sixth. Michael Wetzel sets his fastest lap of the race, Brian, on the final lap in his M2 Club Sport Racer, the F87 chassis. He finishes seventh. David Ellman will finish eighth. And then Sean Brown, joined by Todd Brown, will finish in ninth, with David Soma and Nick Soma, unfortunately, retiring after 3 laps. And,
keep in mind, Thomas Strickler was the first car out for this Enduro as well. So hanging on for finished third. Great strategy call.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Great run. All right, so that wraps up the BMW Club Racing Enduro, and that is also the final BMW CCA Club Racing session of the weekend. For those of you that have been watching us with the BMW CCA YouTube channel, BMW CCA Club Racing, we're not ending the stream now. Watch some great vintage racing. You're going to love these S2000 racers that are going to be heading out on track here in just a few moments with the Vintage Racer Group. But we want to thank everybody from BMW Club of America and Club Racing for being such wonderful hosts and stewards for us this weekend. We've enjoyed working with Scott Ryman and the rest of his team here this weekend. Thank you so much. All right, so we are going to take a quick little break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our final final 2 races of the afternoon. Next up, it's going to be the Sports Racers with the Vintage Racer Group. We'll be right back.
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
This BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. the revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroth belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody. It is the Vintage Racer Group and BMW Club of America Club Racing here at WGI. And Brian, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, down towards the end of the day here. We have 2 more races remaining here for the Vintage Racer Group. And heading out on track as part of their pace lap right now is the final race of the day for our sports racers, primarily S2000 machines. A lot of Lolas out here, but a number of other machines. We've got some Swifts and some other chassis as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, this race or this group's been kind of dominated the last 2 days really by the Paynes, right? Henry Payne
Right.
fifth, Henry Payne. Don't want to throw out Samuel Payne there. I think you can see Samuel Payne move up here a little bit in this race. We got Rob Sherwood, John Thompson, Nick Fonte, Brandon Weber, Matt Kane, Mark Combs, I think is out there. I think the Brian Gannert, I think, is out there. I think I saw him on pit road. Leave pit road and get there. So again, I really like these cars. I'm starting to like these more and more. We've covered them, like I said, at the Jefferson 500 at Summit Point. But I tell you what, these cars here, they kind of get it done, especially when you get down into turn 1. It just seems like there is a short little braking period and they're right back on the throttle. So we'll see here. But again, it looks like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 cars. So it looks like the top 11 may have made the call here.
Yep, that's what it appears to be as the Toyota Camry pace car comes down the apron, turning the field over to Henry Payne and Brent Gannert, and they are going to watch the starter there for that green flag. And there we go. Green flag is in the air, and we are back underway here at Watkins Glen International. Brian, the first 2 rows didn't look like anybody got an advantage. Let's take a look as they come over the crest of the hill and dive down into turn number 1. It looks like Henry Payne, the 5th, he's got the advantage as they came in from the second row. It looked like Brandon Weber had a pretty good start there in the 40 machine. Not able to do much with it, though, but we'll see what happens as they come up the hill and head over towards the bus stop for the very first time.
Yeah, I tell you what, you're right. Both Henry Payne the 5th and Henry Payne had good starts there, both side by side going down into turn 1 and coming out of turn 2. Now it looks like Henry Payne looks like he's going to try to move out drivers right there.
Right across the nose.
Yeah, started. Well, actually, Henry Payne in the 90 machine kind of pulled out drivers right, was going to try to set up Henry the 5th, ended up not making the,
off with your head.
He didn't. He did not budge. He held his line there and got through there. So again, Henry Payne the 5th and Henry Payne. That's your top 2. Then throw in Brandon Weber. Brandon Weber's been pretty strong.
Very strong.
Keeping up with the 2 Paynes pretty much all weekend long, but the Paynes end up pulling away towards the end of each of these sessions. Nick Fonte and Samuel Payne got good starts. I did not see. I think we were just talking about him.
Talk about
Sherwood.
Gannert, and neither of the Gannerts,
I
don't think are out there. We're at 9 cars right now, Brian, and so it's more than as Lee Brahane just comes across the line as well. We'll make it 10. So it's Henry Payne the 5th and Henry Payne, Brandon Weber, as we throw the ticker up on the screen. There we go.
Now we've lost the ticker. The ticker was there, and there we go. Now we got it back. Clicked it on, clicked it off. But anyway, Brandon Weber, we talked about him pretty much yesterday, off and on, and really holding on and keeping to the pains there as they went through all day yesterday. Just not enough to pull up and finish 1-2. I think the pains have been kind of dominant in this class all weekend long. We also saw them pretty dominant earlier in the year, Greg. So these two sports racers have got this thing figured out. As they come out of the outer loop and head down into the short chute there, getting ready to come out of turn 10 and turn 11. Again, it is going to be Henry Payne the fifth over Henry Payne. Then you've got Brandon Weber, who's going to be about 3.5 seconds back. Nick Fonte is going to be fourth. Then Samuel Payne. I talked about Samuel Payne, Greg. He's only 0.4 of a second
not far back
behind the 11 of Nick Fonte. So a good run here this afternoon for Samuel Payne. We saw him struggle a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, especially yesterday morning, definitely.
Yeah, got up there as high as I think 5th or 6th and then dropped back a little bit, but kind of, really had a struggle yesterday afternoon. Well, yesterday morning, as you just said, yeah. Again, coming out of the S's now, heading out into the bus stop here, you can see Henry V there. It opened up by about three car lengths. But you know what, Greg? We saw this earlier on and even in the afternoon yesterday when they came back out. Henry V in that 13 machine got out to, really, about a second and a half,
and was maybe working the tires a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Started to drop off the pace towards the tail end of the race. And so, again, this is marked as a 20-minute race.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here. Obviously, racing at Watkins Glen quite fluid. I don't think we've seen many of these races go to the full 20 minutes yet today.
Right.
So we'll see here how if Henry Payne V can manage the equipment.
Right.
And that's usually whether it be endurance racing like we just had for the BMW Club or whether it be sprint racing. That is always, I think, probably one of the key things. It's making sure that you have a very good feel and how you're interacting with the equipment, that you're not pushing it too hard, that you've got tires and you've got brakes underneath you to get to the end of the race.
Yeah. Plus, we also had a larger field, not only of these cars, but we also had our big board group that was involved in it. So these cars would come up onto the back of it, and that's where the 90 car of Henry Payne was able to reel in
traffic.
The 13, Henry V there. So big deal. Really going through. Now you've got pretty much clean racetrack all in front of you. Pretty much everybody's close to. You got 10 seconds between our first place and our 10th place car as far as lap times go. So, again, you're pretty much going to have clean racetrack all the way around. So again, the Paynes, they just went even faster on this lap here. So, again, down in the 1:16 marks. I think we saw that yesterday afternoon, maybe 1 or 2 laps.
Yesterday morning, in the early morning practice sessions, they were actually down into the 15s, which is really quite amazing here. So Henry Payne, who's running second, was slightly faster that last time by. He was about a 10th faster than Henry Payne V ahead. So maybe getting a little whiff of the draft here as they come up through the S's and head over towards the bus stop. And we'll watch this, watch as they get through the bus stop, and then maybe we'll try to track back to some of the other battles. I know Nick Font and Sam Payne have been in very close proximity. Actually, there they are, the second and third place cars in line, and then right back behind them, another good little battle with, I believe that is Max Whitaker and Matt Clark.
Yeah, there goes Weber there. Here comes the Nick Fonte and the Samuel Payne machine that you were talking about there. Again, Samuel Payne getting a lot of, getting through here now, sitting on that draft. And I think when you get on these straightaways here, that is it. It looked like he wanted to make a move right there on entry.
Quick look.
Thought better of it. And it could have been where it just got on the brake a little bit harder than he wanted to as well. And the car darted a little bit to the left. But, maybe a little bit faster through, out of the outer loop down the short chute.
And that corner, turn 10, Brian, one of the fastest corners on the track here. It is not it is not a corner that you can easily make a dive bomb for.
Sure.
You really have to be alongside the other racer quite a bit before you even get to the turn-in for that corner. You need to be able to present the car to the driver, because at one point he's going to go down to the apex, and there's really at those speeds not much you can do about it.
Right.
As we start to see now, as we jump back and take a look there for a second at the front of the field, where Sam Payne starting to get a little loose there up at the front of the pack.
Well, that'd be the Henry
Henry Payne the fifth.
Yeah, those are
sorry
Henrys.
Yes. Oh,
Henry's as one. Yeah, I think so. I think you're really trying to push it, knowing it is time. Try to stay out in front of them. So, but again, we a little bit further back when you were talking about Samuel Payne and Nick Fonte in that battle, 0.4 of a second, they are still trying to get everything they can. And I even think Samuel Payne's car just a little bit loose coming out of the outer loop there when we were able to catch that on the camera.
All right, let's see, Josh, if we can pick up the battle between Mark Clark and Max Whitaker, the 15 and the 1 machine. They should be just back from the previous battle we were watching of Font and Sam Payne. So we can jump back and watch for the next group that'll be coming through.
That's the Fonte and the so the
Correct.
next car is coming through here. That's going to be the Clark, Mark Clark and Maxwell Whitaker. That's just now coming up over the hill right here. This is the one that we were talking about with the 15 and the 1. The 1 being the black Tiger and the black Tiger, and then the 15, which
Right,
is
we've
the
got
red and the white.
Exactly,
which is
the Swift DB5.
Right. Yeah. Again, Mark Clark getting through the bus stop just a little bit better than Maxwell Whitaker in that number 1 machine. You can see that Mark Clark goes a little bit wider coming out of the outer loop, but then you've got Maxwell Whitaker staying right on the edge.
All right, Brian just got word from over at the bus stop that Rhett Merriman, who's a couple seconds back from this battle.
Yeah.
Well, now he's a couple more seconds back.
I was gonna say, now he's a little bit further back.
Had some issues over at the bus stop. Spun the car, got it, never left the track surface, got it back underway.
Yep. Basically brought that thing to a stop, after he spun, just to make sure that everything was still, working.
That he was still attached?
Yeah, that he was still attached in the car, because I'm sure that kind of had to scare him when he came through the bus stop there. So, yeah, here comes that battle again. Here's that Mark Clark, Maxwell Whitaker battle. Again, Clark just can't seem to shake him. Can't seem to pull away a little bit further there. Here's the Mark Webber machine.
Brandon Webber.
For Brandon Webber. And I don't know where I got Mark Webber from.
Formula One, my friend.
Yeah, okay. Brandon Webber, I tell you what, Nick Fonte and Samuel Payne, Greg, they're actually catching
up to him,
yeah,
exactly.
Brandon Webber.
So Webber, who had been kind of on an island of his own, sitting third overall, under a bit of pressure here. We'll check back in there in just a few moments as we continue to watch this fight between Clark and Whitaker. And Whitaker's really starting to close up. And we look to see where...
a little bit of defend there.
Yeah, Clark moves to the inside just a little bit to defend. Comes back across, sets up for that traditional line. Again, seeing that the trailing car, Max Whitaker, wasn't going to be able to pull alongside coming into 10, and pulled over to the traditional entry over driver's right.
Yeah. Again, Whitaker trying to adjust his line, stay on that line, stay on that white line far driver's right down the short chute there to get there. So we'll see.
All right, we got a local caution, Brian, over at, I believe, over by turn 10. And actually, if we can go to the next camera, Josh. And we have a car there, driver's right, looks like up against the tire wall. And it sounds like that is the 44 machine of Rhett Merriman. So why don't we move on here, because we're going to see as our leaders come out of the final corner, they're going to see the checkered flag, Brian. We're going to have an early end to this race as Henry Payne, the 5th, is going to take the win over Henry Payne. Margin of victory, 36 hundredths of a second. Brandon Weber will finish in third. And probably the best thing that Brandon Weber could have had happen for him right there. As we can see, as they come down the front straight, Brandon Weber, he had Nick Font and Sam Payne so close behind him. They're going to finish 4th and 5th. Mark Clark, Max Whitaker finishing 6th and 7th. Then John Mayo and Lee Brahane, and of course, again, Rhett Merriman finishing in 4th position. All right, so we now have, Brian, one more race to go, and that is going to be a combination, I believe, of
Groups
our small bore group, Group 1, VRG Group 1, for the small bore racers, 1300 cc and below, Formula Vs and 1960 and prior machines, as well as our mid-bore production entries. So we're basically going, let's just say we're going up to 2.5 liters.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. And so we'll be back here in just a few moments. Scheduled to start. It was scheduled to start in just a few moments. I think we're going to be pushing it back a little bit here from Watkins Glen International, where you're watching the Vintage Racer Group and the BMW Club of America Club Racers. We'll be right back.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here at BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
Welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International. It is the Vintage Racer Group and the BMW Car Club of America and their club racers. I'm Greg Ginsberg. He's Brian Donati. We've got Josh Ashby here as our director this weekend. We want to thank Josh for all the wonderful things that he has done. And Brian, we've got our last race of the day. They're on the last pace lap of the day, and somebody has not quite made it all the way to the end. Looks like we've got somebody pulled off, drivers right up against the Armco. We'll see how our race director and race control handles this. But let's jump back, Josh, to the pace car. This is a combined race group for our small bore racers and our medium bore racers. So essentially for the race cars up to 2.5 liters, and look, a single Formula V. Lights are off on the pace car now as they come through turn 10. They just extinguished them. So, Brian, it looks like we are going to go racing here for our final, I believe, 20-minute race of the day. And we'll get you the rundown on the racers here in just a moment. Looks like we've got, looks like an MGB, and then actually I think that's a Ginetta and an Alfa Romeo GTV up at the front of the field. We'll track that in a moment.
Yeah, I think Thomas Brown is up front.
All right, and engines are revving up, and green flag is in the air for the very last time today, Brian, and the very last time this weekend. from Watkins Glen International. It is, you said it, Thomas Brown in that beautiful blue Triumph Spitfire. He starts from the outside of the front row. Your pole sitter today in his Alfetta, Lon Barrett. And we haven't said a thing about Lon Barrett all weekend, but he had a great start there in that beautiful Alpha convertible. Right behind him, Steve Herstrit in his Austin Healey Sprite, Garth Knorr in his MG Midget.
Is that a combo?
That is a combo. Well, that would be a Sprigget, an MG Midget, and a second gen Sprite there. And then we've got the Bobsy Vanguard of Mike Conklin, Hervey Park in his Janetta. Now we've got at least one Formula V. We'll get that car in just a moment.
We talked about Lon Barrett early on in the weekend. Actually, had a really good run.
The Bobsy Vanguard, by the way, is the Formula V.
Yeah, okay.
Just now entering the bus stop.
Yeah, we talked about Lon Barrett early on Saturday. Kind of going through. When he had that battle, he did have a battle early on in that TA2 class. So again, did talk about him there, but Thomas Brown jumps out to an early lead here. He's got about 15, 16 car lengths, I'd say, over Lon Barrett in that 140 more machine as they now go through turn 10, start to come up through turn 11. There they are right there, and then a little bit further back, I believe that is going to be, is that Stephen Herstrit in that Austin Healey Sprite, that red one?
The red Austin Healey Sprite, that is Steve Herstrit. And it looks like a couple folks have fallen off our timing and scoring.
Yeah, because I've got Lon Barrett sitting in second, not fourth, and we're missing the second place car, and I don't believe the 161 there.
Yeah, exactly.
I think they're second. I think it's Barrett. Then it is Herstrit in there. So
right.
Again, having some.
Yeah. So we'll hopefully get the correct information from our timing and scoring team here in a few moments.
Yeah. Again, 6 cars. I'm wondering. Again, we still have that car sitting over there. They're going to stand yellow, I think, for 1 or 2 laps, and then they'll drop that because he's kind of in a safe position there.
Yeah, indeed.
So, again, there you see the Stephen Herstrit in that 161 machine. I believe that's Garth Knorr in the 821 right there. Let's take a look at it. No, that's not an MG Midget. That is a... it looks like that. I wonder if that is the Volkswagen.
No, there are no Volkswagens out there today. That is an Alpha GTV.
Is that, okay, that's out. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that is actually no, because LeBrun's is white. And then Vaccaro's is red.
All right, so I've got Thomas Brown going across the start-finish line right now. Then the next car I have in line there has just the 4. I'm going to assume that is Todd Wetzel maybe. Then the 161, then the 144. So Lon Barrett a little bit further back. The car we're not picking up on our timing and scoring is the 4 of Wetzel.
Yeah.
There. So
yeah, he may reappear, eventually.
Well, I show him all the way back in 87th position, so I don't believe that is true. So
how the mighty have fallen, Brian.
Correct. So again, Thomas Wetzel, I can tell you, in the 4 car is in second.
When they tell you that your performance has fallen off a cliff, that is the epitome of it right there. You go from being like 4th in the field to 87th. And
right.
It's the ghost cars.
Yeah. So I got 18.4. We got 161. We'll get it. We'll get it right. Then I think we got the 144 in there.
Should we just take the ticker down and we'll just work it here once we get all the?
Yeah, we may have to because I don't believe that it's gonna jump back up. That'll give us more room there. There goes Wetzel there.
That's right.
Right through there. I believe this is actually that is going to be Stephen Herstrit, and then I believe Lon Barrett. That's your top 4. We'll pick out who is 5th here in a moment. Next time we watch them come by, and then I believe, as you were talking about, I think our Formula V is back in there somewhere.
Well, ask all of our timing and scoring friends, Brian. I'm an expert taper. So it's the 18 of Brown that's just gone by. Then it is the 4 machine.
All right. That is Wetzel.
That's Wetzel.
The 161, that is Stephen Hirschritt.
Then the 144.
That is Lon Barrett. Got 2 more out there coming. Here comes the next car by the start-finish line. That is going to be the 821. So that is Garth Knorr. And then I believe we have one more.
And it should be the Bobsey. The Bobsey that we've been tracking of Mike Conklin.
Mike Conklin, I believe that is. I believe you're right. See if we can go down and see who the gray one possibly could be when we look through there. Anything that's listed as gray may be the. That's the silver. I don't know. Is that the Marco? Would that be Richard Brown that's parked over there? The Marcos GP, the silver.
Possibly
over there.
I mean, it's so far out of the camera view, and unfortunately the corner worker is there.
Can't see.
It's a little too far. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only silver or gray car that I'm showing.
Yeah, that might very well be the Marcos. And the Marcos, if you remember, Brian, had issues during their last
correct.
race
That's what I was
well.
going to say. I think that may be. I think that is who that.
Yeah,
who that
Richard
is.
Brown in the 67 Marcos
Brown.
GT.
Yep.
Yeah.
So again, Thomas Brown overall leading, then Thomas Wetzel. That's second. Then the 167 Stephen Hirschritt, then Lon Barrett, Garth Knorr, Mike Conklin, and again we believe that is the like I said, the 136 of Richard Brown back there. And again, we saw, pretty much all weekend long, I think we saw Thomas Brown kind of up front battling in that FPV class with Andrew Moore. And then early this morning, I think we had, let's see, who else was in that battle going through, pretty much I'm going to go through the listing that they still have in there. As soon as I see that name, I'll know who it was. It was Jesse, don't apologize. Skip it because I can't remember what his last name was. But they were all three kind of in the battle there with Thomas Brown and the 79 car of Andrew Moore.
All right, so Garth Knorr out of Penn Argyle, Pennsylvania. Neat little story here is that he's racing the same MG midget that his father used to race.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and in 2014 and 2016, he made the podiums at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix at Shenley. Did it twice, so great to see that. And he has the H4 hill climb record for the Weatherly Hill Climb, as well as the Giants Despair Hill Climb. So he, of course, spends a lot of time with PHA, with the Pennsylvania Hill Climb Association. Really good to see that. And he says that he races the same car at all the Northeast region hill climb racing events. One of these days, we'll have to get him down to some of the Appalachian Hill Climb Association events and maybe run Pine Mountain with us, or the Dragon should be a good challenge for him. He's been racing and has been a VRG member. He's been racing for 19 years. He's been a VRG member for 12.
Lon Barrett's gotten in front of Stephen Hirschritt there, Greg, as they came down on that last lap. So moved Lon Barrett, I believe, up into second overall, and then Stephen Hirschritt is going to fall back a little bit into third, I believe. There is the Wetzel. Car that I am not picking up right now, and it may be out there. I'm not seeing it right now. I'm not sure where Thomas Brown went. Thomas Brown has not in any of our, out there it is. I believe that's Thomas. No, that's not Thomas Brown. That's coming out of turn one. So I have not seen Thomas Brown come back through here.
The 18 machine will have to. There he is right now, just across the start-finish line.
Okay, all right.
Brian. It's a complete lap number 6.
Okay.
So funny as we're watching this, I have this thing for 80s, 70s, and 80s alphas. So Lon Barrett, software engineer out of Worcester, Massachusetts. Don't call it Worcester. Running the TA2 Alpharetta, and this is pretty neat. He says that when he races, and I have a feeling it's probably with his first-gen Toyota Supra, he said he took part in the largest margin win in the 24 hours of Lemons racing ever. 98 laps was the margin of victory.
Wow.
Oh my. I guess they maybe subtracted like around 30 laps from everybody else. I don't know. He says that his very first car, or his first race car, was his first gen Toyota Supra. He said the wheel arches were rusted out. He loved giving rides and doing donuts because the car would instantly fill with smoke. All right, so let's see if we can go and.
Yeah, it's still not picking up. I thought maybe if we reset the timing, it would pick it up. It did pick it up for a minute,
and then
where it showed Wetzel in there, but then all of a sudden it just
disappeared again.
He disappeared again. So he's kind of in that stealth, car, sitting back still in 87th place in that MK Toyota GT. It actually has him listed in a green car. He's not green. I can tell you it's red. One thing I am not is not colorblind. So. Definitely not in a green car for Todd Wetzel in that form.
All right. So unfortunately, and we'll look. Unfortunately, our timing, the timing and scoring that Brian and I are looking at, is the same timing and scoring that we would be putting up on the screen for you, and it definitely is not correct. So we'll continue to run things down here as we. The one thing that I think we do have accurate is. The clock, Brian, and I think we have a little bit under 8 minutes remaining here in this race. All right, so look at this coming down into one. So that is...
I believe that's Wetzel putting a lap on
Conklin, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's Wetzel right there in the red machine, a little bit further back.
That's Lon Barrett. Yep. And that...
in the Alpha that we were just discussing.
In the Alpha, Thomas Brown out on an island on his own. He is just making quick work of these laps. He's just now getting ready to come up. I believe he is getting ready to come up on the Garth Knorr machine. They were, last time I could see them, they were coming out of 11 to get ready to head down the start finish line. There they go, just past there. There you see Thomas Brown getting ready to come up on Garth Knorr. So let's get Garth on the screen here. Let's just hold it right here for a second if we can. There they go. There goes Thomas Brown. There goes Garth Knorr right there. We'll pick them up as they come down in one. I think that's the only car we haven't really captured on screen just yet. Like I said, Thomas Brown ran pretty quick around this racetrack here all weekend long. Had those battles up front earlier on in the weekend and earlier on today. I think he was in a heavy battle there with the 79 of Andrew Moore before. So,
I'll tell you, I don't want to say it takes an odd man to race a Bobsy Vanguard in Formula V, Brian, but so Mike Conklin, he's out of Salisbury, Maryland. He's retired, but apparently he is a very large Philadelphia sports fan. Okay. So, we ask when we have drivers submit bios to us, we ask how they started racing and who their mentors were, who they look up to. Dave the Hammer Schultz and Mike Schmidt, both from, I think, from the Philadelphia Phillies. Then he adds the Philly Fanatic. So,
well, Mike Schmidt, I think, dabbled in some of the older school, the VRG racing at some point. Almost positive he dabbled into a few races right after retirement. Kind of moved into kind of that. Now I don't know what he's doing now, but I do remember hearing Mike Schmidt giving his hand. Giving a try at motorsports.
Oh my gosh, Mike Schmidt, one of the greatest infielders of the 80s. Absolutely amazing. So, but he also looks up to the Philly Fanatic and also, more importantly, Gritty. Who, if you're a Philadelphia Flyers fan, you need to know Gritty. his car, the nickname for the car, Pickle Rick.
Yep.
What a surprise.
Well, Greg, next time Thomas Brown comes by, he's going to see that white flag, so there'll be one more lap to go. We'll pick up Thomas Brown here. Remember, we were just showing him last time by in the passing the 821. There goes Wetzel down past the start-finish line. And, Greg, I got to tell you, Lon Barrett catching catching Wetzel as they go down into one. So, again, we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to get that done.
But, at least like 3 finger widths on the screen there, right?
Yeah. Poor Thomas Wetzel not having any time. And I think that could be a transponder issue, right? It could be that,
Exactly.
It's just not working. End of the day, getting in there, didn't get it charged. It lasted all weekend long.
Did you see how the 18 car, how Brown brought that car around through the outer loop? The rear end just kind of stepping out and rotating around the front wheels. Oh, my gosh, that was beautiful. All right, so Tom Brown coming out of turn 10 now, and next time he comes onto the front straight, he's going to see the white flag. It has been a pretty domineering race for him so far.
Little wave there by Thomas Brown, acknowledging that white flag. So everybody else is going to get that one more lap to go. In this, I tell you what, let's pick up if we can, Josh. Let's pick up going into turn 10, just now coming out of the outer loop. You're going to see that's the Wetzel, and then there's the Lon Barrett machine. So that's the battle right there. Lon Barrett able to get really, really deep into the corner right there before getting on that braking there, Greg. I tell you what, he's right on that back bumper.
He's there.
Yeah, he is definitely there. So again, closing up. So Lon Barrett, he just ran his fastest lap of the race last time by. Let's see what he does here now, as he is definitely going to catch Thomas Wetzel in that number 4 machine as they head down in turn 1.
Yeah, and he set a personal best that last lap as well. Drops down to a 1:38.207. Again, don't have a time for Wetzel here, so we'll track that. By the way, I wanted to point, even though obviously we've already wrapped up our BMW CCA Club Racing coverage here today, Marshall Lytle, who we both know, is poked into the chat.
The Admiral.
The Admiral. The Coast Guard Admiral, and want to thank him for joining us. Longtime BMW Club of America racer and SCCA racer, and good friend, like somebody I'd like to call a good friend. And coming out of the final corner now onto the front straight, going to be the second car in line behind the Bobsy. Behind Pickle Rick, taking the win. Thomas Brown, and Thomas Brown resets fast lap, Brian, on the final lap. But let's look at this fight now, coming out of the bus stop and down into the outer loop. And look at there is the pass. It got made, Brian, as Lon Barrett gets around Wetzel for the last time.
Thomas Wetzel not going to go away. He gets a great run out of the outer loop. Coming down the short chute there, so we'll have to see as it looks like Lon Barrett's going to pull a little bit away coming out of turn 10. They also have Garth Knorr behind them. They're going to put him a lap down, but all 3 of those cars are going to finish. Here comes Lon Barrett now crossing the start-finish line. So again, move Lon Barrett up into second. Actually, I'm hearing Michael. I don't know. The timing and scoring keeps bouncing around. You got Michael Lawton in the 4 machine, so I don't know if it's Lawton. I don't know if it's Wetzel. Who knows, Greg? It may be me. I may be driving that number 4 and lost to Lon Barrett.
I was just going to say, it might have been Emmerich Steller for all we know, Brian.
Well, I see Emmerich Steller's car still waiting to get put on the hauler, so who knows? They may have thrown him in the car.
And the whole Emmerich Steller family, each one of them using the exact same account to check that out.
Yeah.
All right, checkered flag is in the air, wrapping up our final race of the day here and our final race of the weekend, Brian, from Watkins Glen International. And you said his name. We want to thank Michael Lawton, our race director from the Vintage Racer Group, for being a great steward and spoke to us all the way back in May, Brian, at the Jefferson 500. He knew then and there that he'd like to feature this event from Watkins Glen. We want to thank him for making that a reality. Want to thank again Scott Ryman from the BMW Car Club of America.
Good conversation with him last night.
Indeed. And want to thank all of the volunteers that helped put on this wonderful event. They have been absolutely Emmerich stellar in getting this event up and rolling. And of course, we want to thank our good friend Josh Ashby, who directed all of the action here this weekend from Watkins Glen International, made Brian's and my jobs here much, much easier.
Absolutely. As I say, can't thank Josh enough. There's no way in heck we would be able to come in here, push all the buttons, and kind of watch all these screens and do everything.
Just if you didn't get a chance to,
I was going to say, if you didn't get a chance to get up here, which most of you did not, I've posted some pictures on my Facebook. I'll post some pictures elsewhere of kind of our setup in here. I know we, again, can't thank Frank, can't thank Denny for coming up in here for the Club Ford battles. That was
Frank Delvecchio,
Frank Delvecchio, Denny Austin.
Denny Austin, and of course we had Scott Sterling yesterday. We had Mark Tomas, both of them from the BMW Car Club of America, and lots of other folks that we've talked to along the way this weekend. All right, so for Brian Donati, for Josh Ashby, I am Greg Ginsberg, and we will see you, we'll see many of you in just a couple of weeks at New Jersey Motorsports Park, or if you're watching, I'll have coverage from the SCCA's National Championship runoff, so you can see us on the SCCA official YouTube channel. Have a great week, everybody, and we'll see you soon.